Sherpas, heads of delegations, heads of international organizations and guests, we welcome you all to day one of G20 here in Kumarkom. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a privilege to go through this sharing of the power of digital public infrastructure. Sherpa has really brought to the fore how, whether it comes to financial inclusion, inclusion through education, or even public health, the digital infrastructure is really one of the most powerful tools that India has been using in the most adept way. I am Shabana Nazir Prestige, and I'd like to welcome you all this morning on one of the most auspicious days. Today is Ram Navami. For those of you who know about the Hindu and the concept of Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, the creator, the preserver, and the destroyer, today is the day the seventh incarnation of Vishnu, that is Lord Ram, took birth. As you take your seats, I'd also like to share a bit of trivia with you, which is not so trivial. When Sherpa Amitabh Kant got in touch with the head of the digital inclusion, she at the same day discovered, the Digital Alliance, she discovered that the New York Times had listed Kumarkom as one of the places to visit in 2023. So from being a place that many of you may not have heard of, today Kumarkom, part of Kerala, God's own country, is in fact one of the places to visit in 2023. This also happens to be the place where our former Prime Minister, Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, came at the beginning of the millennium, and the Kumarkom Museums is what really made this place a landmark place. With its wonderful heritage of birds, nature, backwaters, it really is God's own country. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you all to come into this room and take your seats so that we can begin the formal proceedings of the day. This side event on digital public infrastructure is organized in partnership with NASSCOM, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and Digital Impact Alliance. And to begin, I'd like to invite Sherpa Amitabh Kant to officially welcome you all to this side event. Once again, before the Sherpa comes and takes the mic, I'd like to request you all, please take your seats. Thank you for being with us.
May I request all Sharon, either these people should come in or they should go out of the hall. Nobody should be there talking away. Jenna, will you please sit down here or you can go out? Those who are not interested can go out, those who are interested can sit here. Will you please sit down? Madam, will you stop talking? Please sit down. Shrivan, get everybody to sit down or they can go. And I want absolute pin-drop silence. So, Abhay, please. We're doing this digital public infrastructure session simply because we believe that we've been able to transform lives of citizens in India because of the use of digital public infrastructure. And we've made a huge difference. We've lifted vast segments of our population above poverty line. We've made them digitally transact fast payments. We've been able to improve learning outcomes. We've been able to improve health outcomes. We were able to do vaccination. Because we were able to give a digital identity, we were able to create bank accounts. We were able to link the digital identity with the bank accounts. And we made a huge difference. And I think there are certain learnings from it which, for emerging markets, which can benefit everybody. And therefore we thought that this session would be useful. We also want to learn. We also want to learn from experiences of every other country. And this can be a good sharing of experience with everyone. So we have some very distinguished experts here, which NASCOM is a body which puts together all the association. So she's put together this DPI experience zone. We have today with us Priya Vora, who's the Managing Director of Digital Impact Alliance. Where is Priya Vora? So Priya, will you join us today here? Then we have Kim McDonald, who's the Senior Director of Digital Impact Alliance. Where's Kim McDonald? Please come. And we also have Archana Vyas. So today's DPI event is a day. I'd like to thank Archana also if she's here. But they've played a key role. So thank you, all of you. They are the ones who've put it, they're joining over here. Come. So, and in the midst of all these ladies, I'd like to bring one man, Nadu. Come. So today's event has been put together by them. It's a day-long program, and I would request you to not to miss any session. We have a very stellar list of session chairs and panelists. This journey will be transformational for all of you in your different countries. It will help us also to benefit from all of you. So I really thank Ned and all the three pretty ladies here who have made such a difference to the world. Thank you very much. And we move on to the session. So over to Shivani. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a presentation from Mr. Nandan Nilekani, co-founder and chairman of board of Infosys. He is the man behind India's unique identification process. The Aadhaar cards were nurtured and grown into this mammoth, all-inclusive little card, which happens to give each and every citizen of India access to all sorts of digital public infrastructure. To Shri Nandan Nilekani.
अभी देखो.
Good morning, delegates and partners, and it's really a great pleasure and privilege for me to be speaking at this event today. I'm sorry I can't be there personally in Morocco, which is such a lovely place, and I'm sure my friend Sherpa is making sure of the highest standards of hospitality. Today I wanted to speak about the whole area of digital public infrastructure and what it means. I think in the last couple of years, 3-4 years, the world has gone through so much of change through the pandemic, through inflation,
and global geopolitics. But one thing that we have learned is that if a country invests in the right digital infrastructure, then it can actually do many benefits for the country.
We believe that digital public infrastructure is a way of thinking about technology, a way about creating platforms which are open and accessible, which allow you to create a more resilient society and economy, as we have been able to do in India during the pandemic. We were able to deliver benefits to millions of Indians. It's a way to promote financial inclusion, and we have done by enabling few hundred million bank accounts using the electronic KYC that we have. It's a way of ensuring equitable growth by leveraging data in a way that individuals and small businesses get access to capital with their own data. So digital public infrastructure is not just about technology, it's about a way of doing societal progress in an equitable way, in a resilient way, in a way that everybody is included in the fruits of economic activity. We have shown this in many ways, not only in India, but in different parts of the world, in Singapore, in Brazil, many countries have demonstrated this. But I believe the time has come to have a concerted global push to make sure that we create these DPIs in a way that everybody can use that. We are dealing with many challenges in the world, and the pandemic has actually cost us in terms of developmental goals, and we have to really increase the speed and scale of change that we have, and DPI allows us to do that. Now, DPI is not a new concept. The original internet was an example of digital public infrastructure. It was invested for and built by government. It had APIs, protocols like SMTP and HTTP on which you could build. And then, of course, there had private innovation on top of it with many great companies that came after that. So in a world of DPI, it's about creating an environment
but the government builds or enables the rails on which this innovation happens. And you will notice today in your discussions, you will see many examples of DPI which have transformed India and of course many other countries. But getting to thinking about digital public infrastructure requires a couple of things. It requires deep conviction. Digital public infrastructure is not about deep pockets, but about deep conviction that you believe that this is something which will have a transformational impact in society. We saw that in the corporate sector after the pandemic, where every company got into developing a digital strategy. We need the same for countries to have a digital strategy using DPI. I do hope that today you will discuss various aspects of DPI. You'll see what is possible, what we have done in India at the scale of a population. I myself worked in the government for 5 years to build the Aadhaar program, which has 1.3 billion people on it, doing 80 million transactions a day. So I come to this with deep practical experience of working in government, but also understanding how markets innovate. So once again, have a great event, and I wish you all success in your conversations today. All the very best.
Thank you, Mr. Nandan Lekhani. No points for guessing that there are many who are great fans of his and with very good reason. Truly an inspirational figurehead. And moving
Commissioner of Internal Market of the European Union. Until 2005, he himself was an entrepreneur, and after that he became the Minister for Economics, Finance, and he even was a professor at Harvard for Economics and Corporate Governance. I hand over to Commissioner Terry Britton.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank the Deputy Chair for initiating and leading the international conversation on digital public infrastructure. This is a core topic which India has very rightly identified as a top priority for the G20 this year. India is a frontrunner in this field. Its unified software platform stack is the first national digital infrastructure and a great source of inspiration for many countries around the world. What India has accomplished is truly impressive. The initiative has allowed to include more than 1 billion people in the digital revolution. It has provided them a digital identity, means of payment, and a credit checking. This is a good example of how digital transformation can contribute to the sustainable development goals, including people's health and well-being, as well as building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. India's initiative is very much aligned with the EU's long-standing thinking that a foundational digital technology needs to be interoperable to serve the public interest. Let's not forget that the GSM standard, which allowed for cross-border mobile telephony, was developed in India. The World Wide Web initially conceived and developed to enable automated information sharing between scientists in universities and institutes around the world was also developed in Europe, by the way, at CERN Because my hope is that we can leverage India's experience and make it an international ambition. Let's bring the digital revolution to the world. Technological design is essential, but has to go hand in hand with legislation and standards that provide trust and safeguards for the youth. The European Digital Identity will provide a secure and convenient way for European citizens and business to identify themselves when needed for accessing digital services at the click of a button on the phone. They will be able to securely store and use data for all sorts of services, such as checking in at the airport, renting a car, opening a bank account, or when logging in to their account on a large online platform. Another example of European digital public infrastructure is the EU Digital COVID Certificate, which we developed during the pandemic. It allowed to easily provide digital proof that citizens had either been vaccinated against COVID-19, received a negative test result, or recovered. Issued billions of times and connecting nearly 80 countries worldwide, the certificate enjoyed widespread public support precisely because of its privacy preservation. We support, of course, the development of digital public services that can scale internationally because they meet the right thresholds in terms of trust and security. Because trust is a prerequisite for successful digital public infrastructure. People, business, developers need to trust the big bodies. They need to trust the system so as to share and exchange data safely. They need to be reassured that it will not be misused for other purposes, for example, as surveillance tools by governments. It's great to see that, as recognized by our G20 leaders, there is a convergence to adopt legal safeguards to protect data and privacy. In this regard, it is important that the G20 intensifies its work on the data free flows with trust agenda, launched in 2019 by the Japanese Prime Minister Abe. In addition to trust, security is also essential, which requires a secure, ubiquitous, resilient connectivity layer. We are reinforcing the resilience of networks in Europe with the 5G security toolbox, as have launched also a new secure subscription constellation, IRIS Square, which means infrastructure for resilience, interconnectivity, and security by satellite. Ladies and gentlemen, Let me conclude by turning to the bilateral trade and technology council, which the EU and India have just launched. My hope is that this new vehicle can be instrumental in delivering the vision expressed by this year's G20 chair. And of course, I would like to tell you that you can count on my personal commitment and involvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Commissioner Terry Britton. And now we have a special address for which I'm going to invite Priya Vora, Managing Director of Digital Impact Alliance, Washington, and Pramod Verma, ex-Chief Architect Aadhaar, and India Stack CTO, Ekstep Foundation. So I think the perfect way to do it would be if Priya and Pramod do this in a way which is more organic. So Priya, I'm handing over to you. Before your role at Digital Impact Alliance, you were with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, giving most marginalized communities a political voice and economic empowerment at the same time is your mantra, and we're absolutely delighted to have you here with us.
Thank you, Shivani. Can everyone hear me okay with this mic? Yes. Okay, good morning. So, first of all, thank you to Sherpa for having me here today, Nagaraj and I do. And Johnny, you did such an amazing job with that experience call. I really commend you and your team. But what I couldn't help but think about as I was walking through that hall is that this very remarkable task has now become quite unremarkable. Here we are in Markham, Kerala. Instantly sending money is possible. It's easy. It's all facilitated by your phone, even for just a few rupees at a time. And of course, it's unremarkable because you and I are using these systems every day. They make our lives easier. And digital payments are the cornerstone of any successful digital economy. They allow an innovator to start up a business and immediately be able to transact with consumers. Of course, they're also this lifeline between governments and their citizens so that governments can help people in times of need. So, while we use these every day, what we may not appreciate is that the underlying design of these systems is fundamentally important. The underlying design of India's system was deliberately chosen to maximize competition, healthy competition in the fintech space. And it was deliberately designed to maximize inclusion. That's why you could walk down the road and go to any of these little Kirana store shops and just give them a 10-cent payment, and they'll happily receive it because it's easy, it's instant, it's free, and ultimately it's safer than carrying cash. Today we're here to talk about digital public infrastructure, DPI for short. This is a new term for an old concept. As Commissioner Breton mentioned, you could say that DPI was actually created in the United States or Europe with the creation of the Internet, GSM, GPS. These are standards-based and governance-based structures that are daringly simple. They basically just solve for one thing, sending information from here to there, from knowing at any precise moment exactly where you are. And of course, when those infrastructures were unlocked, market activity and competition just went haywire. I mean, we all know what the internet and GPS has done for our lives. Since then, many other countries, and you'll hear about several of them today, have introduced their own versions of digital public infrastructure, basically the next layer down in terms of being able to verify credentials or identify people. And the concept of digital public infrastructure can really apply to, a whole range of things. It could apply to how geospatial data is shared so we can better understand climate change, or it could apply to how healthcare data is shared so governments can respond to the next pandemic even better, or so that you and I could carry our health records with us anywhere we go and be able to go to a healthcare provider of choice. So the DPI concept can be applied to many of our real-world pressing global issues. I know that every one of you in here represents a government or an institution that's trying to close the digital divide and use data and technology to further inclusive growth. So the energy is already here. It's the approach that matters. A lot of people are very confused about this term, DPI, and what exactly does public mean. And yes, in some cases it has meant that the public sector is designing and maintaining the system. That's the case with the U.S. military managing the GPS system and the satellite infrastructure that makes GPS possible. That's also the case with how Aadhaar is designed and managed by the Indian government. But in most cases, DPI has meant the public sector is setting the rules and the standards for interoperability and security so that private sector can take the lead, or so that a new class of institutions, public trust or public-private partnerships, can take the lead. India's journey of digital public infrastructure started with a small but inspired set of pioneers, and they charted the pathway so that India can now identify over 1 billion people biometrically, birthplace of a diversity of language and literacy. And then they connected over 1 billion people to bank accounts in real-time payments. And now have enabled and equipped all Indians to control and have agency over their digital data so they can verify their credentials and show proof of their digital data traces. The human impact has been incredible. The economic impact has been transformative. I'm here to tell you a little bit more about India's journey and global experiences with DPI as one of those inspired pioneers, the former chief architect of Aadhaar, Dr. Pramod Varma.
Is that on? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. Wonderful to be here. This is where I was born. So there is nothing like coming back home. So it's wonderful to be here. A great starting point for us to understand DPI. There is nuance about what DPI means compared to digitization. And that I hope we'll transfer some of that today and get all of you to think about beyond simply digitizing, how do you create infrastructure? That word infrastructure is the key, really. So India has been incredibly blessed. Lot of luck, lot of serendipity, but incredibly blessed and very, very, great to gone through beyond the internet and the GPS, but built additional layers, some of that you saw there, as infrastructure elements. And this dramatically changed the inclusion story. And digital is very, very counterintuitive. When we speak about digital, almost all people think digital divide. People say you are creating infrastructure for inclusion, but you are including those people who are vulnerable, who don't have phones, who can't read and write, who are probably disconnected from the internet, unlike us. So how does this work? But very, very, very interestingly, one thing for sure, as an architect, I can definitely tell you, if you think infrastructure, if you are well-designed and well-architected, because I'm an architect, so I will always say that, a well-architected infrastructure can bring a very, very wide array of solutioning by both public and private ecosystems that can actually fill that gap. So it is very important to not think about digitization like a full thing you are trying to do. If you can lay the right rules, a lot of times this set of rules or interoperable guidelines, you can see magic that actually comes about by private ecosystems. That's the beauty of it, and we started that with Aadhaar. It's a classic example, very, very classic example of a natively digital identity. Aadhaar has no card to show some stuff, but it's not really a card. I can tear it away and I can print as many things as I want because I am my identity. And it is a digital identity by design. But it can be completely used on paper, completely used by paper for people who have no phone, people who have no connectivity, or it can be used semi-connected, where I, as a consumer, has no phone. She can now show her other QR code, but counterparty, a bank might use the connectivity like an assisted model, where I can onboard you instantly, or I can be fully digital, like a Digi Yatra in our airport, or self-service mutual fund account opening, where you can do it all by yourself. So assisted, self-service, connected, disconnected, very, very interesting. And your CEO here, Aadhaar authentication works offline. Let me repeat that. Aadhaar authentication works offline. So it's very interesting that you can design in such a way that lots of innovation can come around. And the same thing, by the way, happened with payment. The payment, you saw something called Unified Payment Interface, and we have Dilip here as well, subsequently to talk to you about it. This is a great example, absolutely great example of an infrastructure. All it is a protocol. What is a protocol? It's like GSM. The reason why I can pick up on an Android phone from Airtel to your iPhone, maybe on AT&T or a Telecom, is because there is an underlying interoperable protocol that we all have agreed to work with. UPI is precisely that, allows moving money, and that's the reason we are able to do UPI on smartphone, UPI on feature phone using voice, and in January we did 390 million transactions with UPI with no phone, using fingerprint by the people. Nothing. Fully assisted model. So this is a very, very interesting way. The same underlying rail can create massive innovation by the private ecosystem that allows the diversity and scale, also giving choice and affordability to people, right? So that's why we have this. You have already heard about KYC, our KYC, eKYC service, allowing India to go from sub 20% bank account to 80, maybe 90% bank account in a short span of less than a decade. So the study shows we compressed development cycle. It's not because the RBI or Reserve Bank of India, central bank, built everything. It's not because one bank built everything. It's not because one application provider built everything. It's because we have nearly 350, 400 banks interconnected on the same system with hundreds of apps in 22 different languages. Together, we are able to actually bring inclusion. So the layers are very, very important for you to understand. And that is the reason why India is not alone. This is very, very, very interesting to understand. India just happened to be doing few things. Many countries have realized the value of thinking infrastructure. No different from physical infrastructure. How can we think digital infrastructure that is lightweight but interoperable and innovation friendly? Interoperable, innovation friendly. That's what you want to think about. Then create that inflection. And the study, World Bank study shows that people who use during the pandemic, countries that use like Morocco, Mauritius, South Africa, Indonesia, reach 3 times more people than normally they would reach because they had an infrastructure in place, giving them the resilience to deal with that shock, pandemic shock, right? And this is, by the way, it's nothing to do with payment. That's one thing you saw there, like education, healthcare, the idea that digital infrastructure can, with a private innovation, can trigger a non-linear or exponential transformation is actually widely known by many countries. If you look at Thailand, Turkey, Brazil, many of these countries are significantly and actively investing in DPI. This is no more a single country story. And here is the crux of it. Real crux of it. Many people confuse DPI to digitization. DPI is not simply digitizing. DPI is to create that underlying interoperable layer. It might be just a set of specification and regulation, or maybe a lightweight platform, but create the governance layer, rules of highway, who can use, what can use, what is the toll you have to pay to drive on that highway, rules of that governance, which is inclusive, innovation-friendly governance, not, creating monopolies, but really allow market to innovate. If your DPI is not opening up as a set of application programming interfaces or APIs to other people to build on top of it, it's not DPI. You will try to do all by yourself, and it is not scalable, it's not sustainable. So it is very important to understand these three layers of DPI that must come together. When you bring this together, if you can infuse the energy of entrepreneurship on top of a well-governed DPI, you will see the Cambrian explosion of solutioning and innovation and sustainability and the buzz that comes about. This is what we experience actually in India. So it's no more a theory. It can truly work. And this is why internet, frankly, is exactly what it is. So if you look at it, you should never try building everything yourself. If you are a government, don't try build everything yourself, because that creates single provider, naturally slow, and you cannot sustain yourself. But on the other hand, if you give outsource everything by not taking action, if you are a regulator, if you are a policy maker, or if you are a government bureaucrat, you must think about the underlying. You cannot say, let something happen on the internet. What would happen is this extreme. So idea of DPI is to balance that thing by creating interoperable, minimal interoperable way, drive innovation by market players. And that combination, if you can get it right again and again and again, you will see magic happening, right? And that is the reason why governments are no more, why everything in our life is getting digitized, whether we like it or not. Today, governments are, across the world, governments are looking at that as a lever for inclusion and innovation. Not inclusion at the cost of innovation, or innovation of private sector at the cost of inclusion. We must drive both. And it is no more a tactical or we should do digital. It is an absolutely strategic necessity that countries actually invest in digital highways that can drive economic growth and equitable growth of that economy on top of that. The beauty and the good news is that physical rail, physical infrastructure takes space, time, money. And digital infrastructure takes none of that. That's the funny thing. Okay. But substantially low. It's very, very funny. And we have Abhishek here who says we only took about $8 million to go do DG Locker, which we saw that. It has 155 million users already. 8 million in 7 years, it's almost no money for you to create something like that, right? So it is significantly low. So low capital, as Nandan said, it does not require deep pockets. It requires deep conviction for you to be able to act on it and actually build on top of that. So the real takeaway is that whether you and I participate, whether we fund, whether we do anything, digitization is an inevitability. It is happening, and aspiration of people cannot be contained. The best to do, the grand bargain is that you invest in DPI. Why would you invest in DPI? Is that you can do it really simple infrastructure thinking, not by building everything by yourself. But if you can do that by innovation-friendly policies and governance rules on top of that, you will get inclusion, innovation, equity, and most importantly, a vibrant competitive market, not a monopoly market. You can drive a combination of this without one being a contradiction of the other.
So we have a great day planned for you today. We've got we have a great day planned for you today. We've got a series of panels and hopefully some informal time kicking back. I'm very happy to say that we've got many of the Dial Alliance members here, GI Bed, Base Foundation, and several others. So I hope you'll make time to sit with all these global experts. So you'll learn about the why and the how of BPI, but what I hope you walk away with is just this. The opportunities for scale are very much in our reach. As Pramod said, this is not a high-ticket item in terms of budget. It's really about conviction. And global cooperation and financing can really help in terms of helping set those standards for interoperability and open governance structures, but also for ensuring that data rights and data protection are enshrined in laws, making sure that there are redressal systems in place for consumers, and so much of that kind of soft infrastructure. But what I'll say is that each and every one of you in this room has a role to play to drive towards a digital future where everyone everywhere is included and everyone everywhere enjoys the benefit of a healthy, competitive digital marketplace. And if we get it right, we're laying the foundation for real climate action and getting us all back on track to achieving the sustainable development goals. So thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you to Priya Vora for conducting this so seamlessly, and Pramod Verma, thank you for making the Aadhaar not vulnerable to the digital divide, so both physical and digital applications which are so seamless. Moving on, we are going to move on quite quickly, and question and answers can continue as we interact even outside. The next session is the digital public infrastructure, delivering for people, planet and prosperity. I'd like to hand over to our session chair, which is Siddharth Tiwari, fellow Chatham House, London, though no Chatham House rule applies here since we're live streaming. He has been involved in ensuring that the effects are mitigated of climate change, of all the financial disruption or even pandemic. So we're really privileged to have you here with us. I'd also like to invite Mr. Anant Maheshwari, President Microsoft India, Jean-Philbert Ensengiamana. Jean-Philbert, I did venture to be rather adventurous and say the last part of your name too. I know it's kind of phonetic, and with Hindi we should say it effortlessly. He is with the Digital Impact Alliance and the Africa Center for Disease Control, and he has been Minister for Youth and ICT in Rwanda for 6 years, so getting the youth included and also reducing the digital divide is part of his mantra. We have Constantine Perrick, who is the Deputy Director of Financial Services for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and Peter Rabley from the Place Fund. So I think Place would be placed well to say it reaches where no map has reached before. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, I hand over to Siddharth Tiwari, our session chair.
Okay, good morning to all of you. I want to take the conversation in a slightly different side. You've heard a lot about DPIs, developing countries, emerging markets. The work that I've done shows that this is equally applicable to advanced economies as it is to emerging markets. And if you have any doubt about it, think about what we went through COVID in the United States, in Europe, in Japan, and in Australia. The challenges were the same as in emerging markets. Whether it was health, whether lockdowns led to the closing of markets and e-commerce stepped in to blunt the ravages, whether it was learning where schools were closed and children learned online, whether it was emergency payments that were made from the United States to India, whether it was payments that happen seamlessly. All of this happens 24/7, instantly, costlessly, in an open system, interoperable, that is available to everyone. I think what's happened is, and then we move to the panel, what has happened is that applied economists like me and like you grew up in a model where labor and capital promoted growth and technology was given as constant. And that is what is changed. DPIs enable data to use technology to deliver outcomes. And that's a huge change. I grew up believing that as countries and learning, I'm a Chicago economist, very conservative. You learn that as countries grow, they become richer, institutions become stronger, they deliver outcomes. All the data across 120 countries, 40 years is showing that technology can leapfrog this process to several channels. We're going to explore that. It's very rare that you get a topic delivering for people, planet, and prosperity. So I asked the panelists 2 questions. I hope they're prepared. The first question was to describe the use of a DPI that transforms the lives of people. That was the first question. And the second question was to describe the use of a collection of DPIs that transforms the planet. And so we'll go through it. We've got an amazing panel with us today. Maybe I'll start right at the end with Peter. So Peter's spent quite a bit of time in terms of mapping spatial maps. He's may I say, a perennial investor. You're currently the founder of Place, and you've been a venture capitalist that has been to areas that all of us just dream about going. Next to him is Costa, who is the Deputy Director of Financial Services with Gates Foundation. Before that, you were with SwiftNet, and you're also chair of Moshe. Next to you is So next to you is Jean-Philippe Enyimsima. You are the Chief Digital Advisor at Center for Disease Control in Africa, and you've had a political career in your government in Rwanda as a Minister of Youth and ITC, and last but not the least is Anand Maheshwari, who is the President of Microsoft India, a legendary career in the technology field. We're going to start with Costa. So the question to you on financial inclusion, both locally and globally. We're going to allow 3 minutes for each panelist, and then we go to the audience. Costa.
Thank you. So today, there is, despite a huge progress, there is still 1.3 billion people that are unbanked on the planet. Unbanked means very much what it means. We're dealing with cash, having to walk, spend time, to hand over cash with all the risk and the productivity loss that it implies. So we have a lot of progress to be made. Nandan Nilekani and many other speakers have used the word conviction today. Many governments, and increasing numbers, are indeed convinced that DPI is the way to close this gap and within this decade, hopefully, connect and serve this additional 1.3 billion people. As we say, an economy that includes everyone, benefits everyone. This is beneficial for the people, because they gain productivity, reduce risk, can grow out of poverty. This is also important for the governments and economies because including this unbanked generates double-digit growth in GDP. So the question is, how do many countries in Africa, South Asia, South America, how do deploy DPI? This is where the word DPG comes into the picture, digital public goods. It's important that the countries deploy the DPI in a way that makes sense to them, that is sovereign to them, that they can control and adapt to their own needs. India is showing the example, very much so, about the benefits of having a digital identity, a fast payment system, and other things that we have seen. How can other countries do this, but in a way that makes sense to them? That's where open source DPGs can play a huge role, because many of the countries do not have the capacity and skills to build a DPI. So it's important to provide to them tools that they can use and build upon. That is where the open source digital public goods play into the picture, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, along with partners like DPGA and the DIAL, are very much active in providing these open source assets and assisting countries in building DPIs all across the planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter, we move to a completely different area, which is climate. And normally, till I started reading what you do, I hadn't associated DPIs and climate in the manner in which you push the boundaries. So maybe if you would explain to the audience how DPIs are instrumental in climate work.
Oh, thank you very much. And so I think technology and innovation is constant, and if anything, it is increasing in pace. And what that means is what makes sense today may not make sense tomorrow. So I'm a little less strict about boundaries and definitions. It's fantastic that we connect people, but you can't divorce people from place. Everybody lives somewhere, everyone works somewhere, everyone has to get somewhere. So I think the next frontier is how do we think about DPI for place? How do we create an infrastructure that generates place? We know, for example, that many countries struggle with giving secure tenure to many people. The numbers are astronomical. And yet we don't think about what's your address. Many people will say, well, we don't need an address because we get location from the phone. But there are many, many that benefit. We benefit, I benefit from having an address. I benefit from having a safe place. So the ability to map people, to make people visible, not just digitally as in I have an ID, but visible as to where do I live, what is my community, and what is the effect of climate on me and my community. And so the ability to understand who's most at risk, how do we deliver maybe advanced financial payments to people at risk, because we know where those are at risk. So we've seen, you asked two questions about DPIs. As a geographer, of course, I'm fascinated with GPS, which first started getting built in the 1950s. But also, if you look at Landsat, many people may not have heard about Landsat, but an open data program from the US government in the 1970s, which began to map the world. And we're seeing more and more open data sets from Sentinel, from Europe. These are all fantastic. The problem that we try to solve with place is how do we get the last mile of data, which is the most crucial for making the best investments, the best cash transfers, and the best deliveries, particularly as it regards climate. And that's what we seek to solve at place. How do we solve that last mile delivery of location, people in place? Thanks.
Thank you. Just moving along, I'll come to Anand last, so you can thread through the speakers a little bit. but Jean-Pierre, you've been in a differently, completely in the eye of the storm as COVID ravaged Africa. And I don't want to get into the delivery of vaccines, whether it was early or late, and the geopolitics around it. A lot of it was tragic. Where I want to focus is the use of data, the cross-border data, in delivering health outcomes in Africa. And especially COVID was a great, sadly, a great example where DPIs came into play, and those who had them succeeded, and those who didn't struggled. With that, over to you, please.
Thank you so much, and great being here this morning, and very inspired by the tour we saw today. You know, many people confuse Africa as one country, and whenever Africa say, you know, somebody says Africa is a country, other people push back. But for me, I welcome them, because I think when I look at India and Africa, one distinct advantage that India has had on Africa as far as implementing DPI is concerned is because India is one country. Africa is 54 markets. There are great efforts in building a single continental free trade area, bringing Africa as one market, but it's much more difficult than doing it in India. That said, it's a lot happening, and as you say, COVID has been a great accelerator. I think the biggest use case that made people realize that you need a shared public infrastructure was this requirement for people to demonstrate that by crossing borders they are not contributing to spreading COVID infection, either by showing that you have a negative result or you've been recently vaccinated. And it was a big challenge, because I think unlike here in India, where there was a bit of preparation in terms of having an architecture that was ready before COVID, in terms of having the building blocks that we saw there, the protocols, the policies, the regulations, even I think the levels of digital literacy, the readiness I think was a little bit behind. But some things happened. A lot of innovation happened, local innovation, and then cross-border innovation also happened. Africa CDC was on the front lines, championed a platform, a trusted travel platform in Africa, which had a bit of challenges because of the lack of the digital infrastructure in different countries that we were supposed to use. So you found, for example, that many countries did not have the vaccination registries that contain information about who's vaccinated and who's not vaccinated. So how do you go ahead and issue a certificate that is able to be trusted by anywhere, by anyone, anywhere? So those were some of the challenges, but I would say that domestically we saw a lot of innovation. If you went to any country in Africa, the digitization journey took off. The first thing, the easiest, was digitizing payments. I sometimes wonder, why is that payment go always before health in terms of use cases? Do people care about money more than they care about their own health? I don't know. Maybe there is some facility, but as we stand today, I think the healthcare sector in Africa and in many places, including here in India, stands to benefit from what happened in the financial sector, enabled by the digital public infrastructure, especially the identification component. So I would say that in terms of the future, we are getting ready to allow things like patient migration, the ability for people to cross borders and get continuity of care regardless of which country they go in, migrate with their insurance policies, migrate with their personal health records so that they can get care everywhere they go. But it's a journey, and I'm here to learn basically and see how much of an experience we can borrow from the great India leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. So The P in DPI has three definitions: personal, private, and public. Anand, your company was the legendary vanguard in developing digital personal infrastructure, which was Windows to start with. And the journey's gone through in the P from personal to private to public. Do you want to trace this journey and show how a idea that started in a small setting has migrated to something that is mammoth, that's universal, that's worldwide? And I know we didn't talk about it, but last night thinking about it, I thought you're probably best placed to connect these dots, and then we can go to some use examples.
Sure. I hope Pramod approves of all the definitions there, because I've always had these conversations with him as to people have very different representations. And also earlier today I was speaking with Dilip, as you will hear him in a little while. I was asking him, it must feel very wonderful to have everybody introduce UPI and talk about the transaction system in India that his organization, the NPCI, is enabling today. But that's the reality of that idea translating into a very, very public domain, that it becomes everybody's idea. It's not one person or one organization's idea anymore. And I'll maybe use two examples to bring this together, which are very different. And I'm taking inspiration from the demos outside and keeping the examples right here, so that if you don't understand what I'm saying, at least you have some reality right outside here that you can go and take a look at. So the first example is with this whole payments ecosystem. I think what's underlying the whole UPI capability is an enabler mechanism, which is around the Jan Dhan accounts, the Aadhaar, and the mobile phone. And that is where the private sector and the public sector have come together to create that access of the mobile phone, which is ubiquitous today in India. It wasn't so about 7-8 years back. It's been enabled by that Aadhaar, the eKYC that Pramod just spoke of, and also the capability of having bank accounts that have been opened. Now these bank accounts are also not just government driven. If you really look at who got the deposits and who has driven a lot of those banking accounts, it's the private sector banks in India who leveraged it, reached more than 7,000 branches and collected a vast majority of the new deposits that came into play. So you've got a lot of people in the ecosystem coming together to make this possible. Now, enough and more has been said about payments today, but one area that hasn't been spoken about too much today, and I think I'll take inspiration from Deeksha, the demo that you have outside on education. As in, numbers vary, but it's said that at least about 1 billion children across the world will find it difficult to get the right level of education. And now you talk about skilling, which is required in all kinds of geographies, whether you're in Europe, you're in North America, you're in Africa, you're in Asia or South America. You have both developed and developing economies where skilling is a need for everyone. So you can create the core content for Deeksha, which was ably demonstrated in the demo here today. You can create a lot of skilling capabilities, which a lot of us should leverage. But then how do you stay on top of it, multi-language, and how do you continue to work at it, whether you're a student, a parent, or a teacher, or a mentor? And that is where I think the recent advances in artificial intelligence, which is I think what we were referring to as the idea, which you were reading about last night. I was trying to figure out what is that one idea, but it seems pretty common these days to talk about. With that, we are able to do something that we've done in India called Bhashini. Now Bhashini is that cognitive AI capability where a lot of people here may speak different languages, but can you communicate with another human being on the planet without having language become a barrier? And Bhashini is a great example, and I think to the point that Philippe made about the African continent, we face the same thing in India, wherein, frankly speaking, I am a foreigner in most parts of the country because I don't speak the local language, including in Kerala, although I believe my first 2 years were here and my first words were Malayalam. But having said that, I think Bhashani, the project of communicating through languages is very important. And then you apply that AI capability onto Diksha or to skilling platforms, you'll see examples that is being demoed here today, that you can speak what you want, it will contextualize in that language, go back and look at the AI capability that is at the back end, connect with Diksha or other platforms, bring that knowledge back and speak it back to you in your own language. So you're taking away the hindrances or the access issues that can be caused by devices, by capabilities, and even human I would say skills that come in the way in getting that education. So those are the examples I would have in terms of taking an idea and making it omnipresent.
Thank you. So one of the things that's become very clear is that many of these rails are big tech, fintech friendly. So this is not a battle between the regulator and the innovator. It's a collaborative relationship where you bring everyone under the same umbrella. And I think Dilip will talk about it later, but UPI is a great example where the rail is a regulatory rail that settles inside the central bank, but big tech, fintech companies are riding the rail. So if I take that forward, Peter, maybe with you to start down from that end, the role of the private sector and the role of big tech companies in aiding in the climate crisis.
Yeah, well, if we focus on the mapping piece of climate for a second, the biggest mapping agencies in the world are in fact the Apples of the world and the Googles and others, but they don't want to be mappers. They want to acquire spatial content because it's so useful for various business streams that they have. It's fundamental in many ways. So their interest is in acquiring as much spatial data as they can that is authoritative and is quality and is repeatable. If you can deliver that at scale, then they become consumers of that data. If they can't find that data and they can't consume it from people who produce it, then they will have to try and generate it themselves. The problem with that is that if you have a failure of the public good to deliver data that's critical for climate, and those areas are not of economic interest, you end up with data deserts. And we have significant data deserts for many of the most impacted climate areas of the world. So can you solve for a commercial interest that if you could produce the good in concert with the government, you could actually service the commercial, allow them to innovate as they do with location-based services now, and solve a very real problem for government who have not been able to build those rails and that digital public good.
Thank you. Maybe just going down the line, Costa, one of the things that is very clear is that in terms of financial inclusion, something that you spent a lot of time on, 90% of the people in the world today, and this is true of the United States, of Europe, of Singapore, Hong Kong, India, they cannot borrow from the financial system without tangible collateral. And one of the experiments now underway, well, it's not an experiment anymore, it's been there for over a year, in terms of the account aggregator is to see if data can create information capital that can substitute tangible capital so that poor people, shopkeepers, who don't have point-of-sale machines are able to borrow to keep their business going. Do you want to tell the audience the story a little bit?
Yeah, so I think, first of all, this is one example of many of empowering people. And what we said, and Pramod has really, I like that picture with the three ways of doing DPI, to keep the middle ground. So the role of the governments and stakeholders is to provide this neutral, interoperable, inclusive platform, at minimum with digital identity so people can get on board, and then the fast payment, and then all the other things. Now, what's really exciting after that exists is that we can open for innovation by not only the fintechs, not only the big techs, but the local innovators that innovate for the people because they know what the people actually need. I think the problem is we would run into is we try to replicate Western economy type of patterns into countries that have leapfrogged it. Like, for example, to get to your question about risk assessment and credit scoring, that's something that's very typical of Western economies. That doesn't really apply in certain countries of Africa or Asia because of religion, because of social economics, demographics. And you really have to understand what the people need. So opening this platform for innovation by small entrepreneurs is going to be very important because they will generate the true innovation. And to give you an example of that we saw in Eastern Africa, people need electricity. You can go buy a solar battery, but that's very expensive. So a company came and said, we will provide a lease of a solar battery to a household, and a household can pay it back using mobile money every single day. Ultimately, they own the battery. That's the real innovation. No credit scores, no history needed, but at the same time, the households that just did that has built some credibility and can engage in other transactions. These are, I think, examples that the DPI will enable and empower in the future.
Thank you. I have an eye on the time also. So last two questions to the panel. Jean-Philippe, cross-border data flows is an explosive topic. Everyone has a view on it. Some believe in data localization, some don't. In Africa, that's been achieved in some manner through Africa. How were you able to achieve it? Because it's a topic that arouses passionate discussion in a panel.
Yeah, I'll get to that, but I just wanted to bounce off this example of using TPIs to enable more financial inclusion, and in particular something that also which touches on climate is to be able to give people ownership of their land, because while the collateral question is not exactly the same way it is in other economies, but those structures of how the banks operate have been transposed in Africa, and you still get many banks requiring this kind of collateral, and if people cannot demonstrate that they own a piece of land, that's in many cases the only thing they can have to transact and be financially included. It becomes difficult. So I've seen in many countries, including mine, in Rwanda, in Kenya, and many other countries, these national land registries, the ability to issue land papers or certificates, and allowing banks to access the registry and verify their ownership of pieces of land. I think that has tremendously enabled people to access financing in ways were never able to do. But the other thing that touches on climate is governments were able to map protected land, national parks, marshlands, and with that information, I think there is a lot of benefits coming up to environmental protection and climate resilience that came from the knowledge of who owns this piece of land and be able to enforce the protection of protected land. So I think DPIs still hold a big potential in many countries that haven't gotten there to really organize how place information is managed at country level. Now coming back to the cross-border flows of data, I think one thing that needs to be clear, I'm part of policymakers' conversations and also private sector and practitioners' conversations. And sometimes you feel like there is a burying the head in the sand in the sense that cross-border flows of data are already happening. You know, the regulators sometimes, you feel like they want to regulate, for example, regulate the flow of health data across borders. But it's already happening, and it's happening without the permission of the regulators. So I think we need to first recognize that there is something happening, but how do we structure it? How do we orient it? How do we correct for the flaws? Today, much of the data that is crossing borders on this kind of handsets that is being collected and aggregated and mined by the big tech, it's already happening, and there is no accountability at all. So putting up a regulatory framework to stop it is not realistic. But how do you put up a framework that protects the rights of the individuals, holds the holders of these data accountable, and levels the playing field for the local innovators and the local ecosystem so that the benefits can come to the local economy, but also come to the individuals. I think those are some of the challenges that we are facing, but we are solving for that. So for example, in the payment area, we recently launched a Pan-African payment and settlement system that is eliminating a lot of wastage, if I can say so, a lot of losses that the continent was making by having our financial settlements being dealt outside the continent. So all of this is coming back, and even at national level. So the story of India processing all payments domestically is very, very inspirational. And I think part of what we are here to see is how we can also again leverage on that experience.
Thank you. So last question to you, Anand. It's a little bit of a charged question, but so I think it's fairly clear that all of us are pretty educated, thoughtful people. I don't know how long it takes you when you download an app. It takes me less than 7 seconds to hit I agree. And I have no clue of what I've agreed to. I have no clue where my data is stored, where it is processed, how it is transacted. When I look at the Fortune 500 companies, I know that the top 10 are data companies transacting on your data and my data. And so the question to you is that in India there is a consent-based architecture that is now at play, that is restoring or trying to restore the ownership of data to those who created it. And by the way, in human history, this is the only example where the creators of value have no control on the value they have created. You cannot cite another example, whether it's a capitalist country, a communist country, emerging market, developed country. So in this setting, do you think this is a way out to restore data to the people, to empower them, and rebalance between big tech and small people?
So, and I'll maybe use both my perspectives at Microsoft and NASCOM in responding to the question, because you're addressing both sides of the spectrum. So first up, I think the need for trust, the need for ownership, the need for, and trust has many elements. It's not just security, it's also privacy. It's not just resilience, it's also the ability to be available at all times. So to me, if you look at just the trust element around it, yes, absolutely, I think DPIs is a phenomenal capability, and especially the consent-based architecture that has been developed in India is a phenomenal capability, not just to allow ownership in a very different way, access in a very different way, but also storage in a very different way. It doesn't need to be collected at one place and becomes either the property or the carriership of any one organization. And fortunately, at least both in both of my roles, we are very consistent in saying data belongs to an organization or a person, and it should remain that way. And therefore, I think it is very important to understand how, when it is belonging to disaggregated, disparate groups of people, how do you still find the trend lines? How do you still are able to create that AI capability, which then can provide that education, that skilling that I was speaking of? I fully agree that law is likely to change this, and I'll use the example of climate that was discussed a little while back. In my past life, which was just a few years back, I used to work in an industrial company. And in the industrial world, if you just take the analogy of law, all of us on the planet started becoming aware of the climate in the late 60s. That's the first movement that happened for the climate. Finally, I think real understanding of the causes as well as the corrections really happened in the late 90s or even after we got into this century. So it took 30, 40 years for people to understand what was happening, and laws were still being written by the 2010, 2020 timeframe. So it took about 50, 60 years for that entire legal framework to come through. Now, in the industrial world, therefore, a different set of people may have been involved in setting up a factory in a small town or a village, but a very different set of people were facing the consequences of that happening. In the digital world, laws will still come after, but I think it will happen in our own lifetimes, and maybe in the same career span of people. And that, to me, is something that is important to recognize, that you may be doing something in any digital or data-driven model today, but very soon a law is going to get written which will question what you did even 5, 7 years back. And therefore, living with first principles around that is very critical. That's the only time you'll be able to be comfortable, hey, I signed off on first principles, and those first principles hold. So, coming back to at least what I see in India, I think the new data architecture, the new data law that is being written is path-breaking in the way it is being written, also in terms of international sharing of data, the ability to whitelist or have a negative list of countries that you can actually be comfortable with is path-breaking, because that allows the world to truly share data. So, short answer is yes.
Thank you. We're running out of time, so we will allow for 1 or 2 questions from the audience, because I told the organizers I would finish on time.
Mr. Tiwari, if possible, could we have the questions afterwards?
Right there? Okay. So please join me in thanking the panel. Amazing set of time.
What a wonderful panel, from Bhashani to the I agree, all within just a few seconds. Well, all within just a few minutes, we got a wonderful perspective. Request our panelists to please stay back. We'd like to present you some small tokens of appreciation. You can't come to God's own country and go without the spices of the Malabar coast. After all, this was what brought the world here, and it brought the first Christian missionary. Islam entered through this area. It is the most attractive place in the world perhaps, and so it's not surprising that the New York Times has put it on its list of must-visit places for 2023. So thank you very much to Peter Rabley from the Place Fund. Thank you to Konstantin Perrick, Deputy Director, Financial Services for the Poor, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And of course, sorry, that was Jean Philbert. And to Konstantin. Thank you to Anant Maheshwari, President Microsoft India. Mr. Siddharth Tiwari, our voice of wisdom. I'd also like to take this opportunity to invite our next session chair, Pramod Verma, ex-chief architect of Aadhaar. Since you spoke before this session, may we please present you a memento, and also a memento to Priya Vora from Digital Impact Alliance, who both so beautifully brought in the platform for the session. So Priya and Pramod, if you are here, could you please join us? Wonderful. And of course, Joint Secretary Nagaraj Naidu and his team have done a brilliant job of putting the whole day's program together, and the outside experiential zone is indeed remarkable. Thank you, Priya, for your partnership and your wonderful team, including Kay McKern and all of those who are here. And thank you, Pramod. We're looking forward to your next session on the global perspective. Before we break for a coffee break, I'd like to ask Shanky Podar from Google. We didn't have a chance while we were outside to really experience your experiential zone to its full potential, so if we can have 60 seconds of that. As Mr. Tiwari said, it takes him 7 seconds to accept. You can't take 7 seconds to get on the stage because we just have 60 seconds.
If you have attended the previous sessions, you already know what UPI is and how it has transformed the nation. We at Google are here to showcase the innovation we have done on top of that to make payments really safe and secure for our users. The innovations we have done are truly local. For example, in India, most of the users have set the language of the app in English, even if they don't understand it fully. Our advanced AI engine tries to detect the language you might understand even better and shows warning in that. The warnings are custom built for you based on what you might be going through at that point in time, and a bunch of other, happy frictions to help you stay safe when you're paying with Google. So I would like to invite you to the experience zone and to try to experience what we have built truly in India. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So when you meet your colleagues, instead of saying hello, you can say vanakkam, because all you do is go to Google and find out how you say hello in Malayalam. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we break, Sridhar Mathi, who is from Fractal Analytics. Sridhar, could you please take us through your experiential zone without us being outside? And may I request you to consider this time taken to get on the dais as part of your 60 seconds. Well, Sridhar is not here with us, but I'm sure we can step aside and see what they have to offer during the coffee break. We'll see you here in 10 minutes. Would you like to grab a coffee and have a little conversation? And we'll come back to the global perspective on digital public infrastructure.
Hi everyone, my name is Sridhar. I'm from Fractal, and you already know that India is way ahead in terms of building digital public infrastructure and also delivering digital governance. Now we are enhancing that a little bit further, and we're using conversational AI to break down the barriers of technology and language and deliver citizen services to millions of people across the country. I would love to invite you, and I want to show you exactly how we do it in our booth at Fractal. Please come over at any point of time in your breaks and we can talk about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sridhar. And I'd also like to invite Kanishka Ariwal from Amazon Web Services. He links the past and the present. Our previous G20 was in Udaipur. He is from Rajasthan. And now here we are in South India, and you live in South India.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi everyone. I'm from Amazon Web Services. One of the two major platforms and national platforms that we actually put out is something called DigiYatra. DigiYatra is a facial biometric boarding pass that if you've transited across Indian airports, you will have an absolute walk in the park experience, which is right from the start to the point you actually get on an airplane. It's your face that is a boarding pass. And that's a very unique thing that we've put out here in India. It's going out to become an IATA standard for global airlines, global airports. We really recommend that you come down, take a look what we've done in revolutionizing passenger experience at an airport. And the second one is on eSanjeevani OPD. eSanjeevani is our teleconsultation platform that the government of India has today served about 100 million patients through teleconsultations. And this really picked up during the COVID wave. So again, one of those major national platforms that's touching lives across every citizen of this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now moving on to our next panel, how different countries are approaching the DPIs and key learnings. So for this, our session chair is Pramod Verma, our keynote speaker earlier. And Pramod, I'm going to hand you in very, very able hands. When it comes to education, you have done so much with, with all the projects that you're doing. When it comes to the Aadhaar card, it really is, you made the boundaries so seamless, but overall development is certainly greatly enhanced thanks to your inputs. Our panelist, Dilip Asbe, CEO, National Payments Corporation of India. Jonathan Marcel, Digital Identity World Bank. Diana Sang, Associate Director, Strategic Engagements and Partnership, Digital Impact Alliance at the UN Foundation. Kizung Nigodup Masale, Chief Digital Officer, United Nations Development Programme. John Richter, Head of Digital Programming and Digital Transformation. And with that, I hand over to Pramod.
Okay, wonderful. So this time for a change, I get to ask all the questions to a set of people. Great friends of mine, all of them. So when I saw the panel, I said, oh, this is great. We can actually get into really good conversation. So we are holding you before lunch. So we'll try to make it interesting. So welcome all of you. And I think we heard some very interesting possibility of technology and possibility of way of thinking, how DPI is a way of thinking. DPI is not a system, it's not an app, it's a way of thinking how to create both public infrastructure, a set of regulation and allow private innovation on top of that. So I think we have a very, very good set of people who would bring their perspective into this. So let me start with you, Dilip. So, although you managed to pull it off, he's the man behind UPI, we all shamelessly take credit. Okay, because I think it's, sort of everyone loves that product because we have touched millions of people. We went from sub 50 million people in the digital payment to nearly 500 million people between smartphone, feature phone and no phones, fingerprints. So it's amazing, he's the man behind it. So Dilip, You run National Payment Corporation of India, and it's a not-for-profit entity that is facilitating the payment infrastructure as a DPI. What was distinctly different from when it comes to UPI as an infrastructure that allows innovation? How is it different from the traditional central bank driven payment systems, that you see where the banks are doing everything kind of system, right? Talk to us about it.
So, and obviously you were part of all those conversations starting 2014. And NPCI, when NPCI was building the payment system, we had an experience of IMPS, we had an experience of RuPay cards, right? And we also had an experience of traditional clearing houses like ACH, CTS, interbank ATM transactions, those kind of things. So I think there were 3 or 4 things why we felt the UPI kind of a system can add value, and this could be the core design principles for UPI. The first one was obviously the Prime Minister's vision. The JAM Trinity was there. We spoke about, we had a great success of Aadhaar at that point of time. The Prime Minister started with a 300 to 500 million account opening in 3 months and those kind of. So I think the JAM Trinity ensured that, there is a great scale available, whether it's an account, whether it's a smartphone, and whether it's a data connection, right? So I think the consumers were fully equipped with these 3 things. So I think it was a fairly great base to leverage on. So this was the first thinking. So how do we leverage these accounts? How do we leverage these smartphones? How do we leverage this Aadhaar ecosystem which has been set up? The second, learning from our side was this whole diverse ecosystem creation, right? And okay, sorry, I'm just saying that JAM Trinity, the smartphone. Then we wanted to look at the experience of customer using the smartphone and make it really, really smooth, sending money to each other. And you remember that time also we had a benchmark whether the 10-hop transaction can be completed within 5 seconds. And today, 99% of that 8 billion a month happens below 5 seconds, right? So the second principle was the diverse ecosystem, because we felt that if we want to grow the real-time payments, I need to be part of this bank's channel, right? Kind of restricts the whole scale-up. So we said that we need to create unbundling as a second important principle, guiding principle, first principle to start this, and that's where we came up with the concept of TPAP. We came up with the concept of the split authentication. We ensured that the money flow remains within the bank, but the customer experience is not actually dependent on money flow. So these kind of things. The third thing, and again you have been part of it, is the contextually and open architecture, right? So we were very clear that while the infrastructure rail has been public good infrastructure, but the private ecosystem should be able to come and innovate on that. So variety of use cases started building up, right? Good news is while we do IPO on UPI, yesterday SEBI announced the secondary market investments using UPI. So now you can block your account on UPI in 6 months. Obviously it takes 6 months time, but you can buy the secondary market purchases real time, and either the money is with the customer or with the exchanges. So variety of kind of a layer of innovation by the private sector was embedded in the design. So I think these were the 3 things which were running in my mind. And now I think I look back, the 6 to 8 years what we have been working on. I think it's fairly there, in that first principles adhering to those things.
Wonderful. So I think you spoke, this is very, very interesting, right? So you lay the way and allow innovations to happen, and over 6 years you see all kinds of innovation, including IPO subscription, vouchers, recurring payments, bill payments and so on happening. I think you brought also interestingly, you alluded to the point of reuse, right? Reusing existing, even UPI when it was built, it leveraged other building blocks, like such as identity building blocks or existing building blocks such as mobile phones and connectivity as a building block. So how do you reuse was the key, and that brings wonderfully to my great friend, Kezo, welcome. And I wanted to ask you, how do we get reusable building blocks and reuse of the DPI? The reuse of the DPI is very, very key. And how can it accelerate Sustainable Development Goals? And you're from UNDP, and you will think a lot of that from that perspective. Inclusion at the same time of SDG goals. How does that happen? Can you talk about that?
Sure, Pramod. Thank you so much for that question. As I start to answer that, I'd like our colleagues here to imagine a smallholder farmer who's a woman. Her husband is a migrant worker, and she has to deal with 6 different government departments or online platforms to access cash transfers for her smallholder farmer entitlements, cash transfers for her education entitlements for her children, cash transfer from the Ministry of Environment for payment for ecosystem work. And in all that, she's told that her ID, they can't verify her identity multiple times over across the 6 departments. And this really sort of, takes time away from her family, from her work. And this is the story of a woman that I have met. I'm sure you have come across similar stories. So this is the story of the majority of the world, majority of the people that live in this world. And for us, it's a story of many countries where digital infrastructure is designed around how governments are organized, and by extension how the development community, how many of our organizations and our multilateral partnerships are organized, not around how people access services, and certainly not around how these services need to be linked, whether it's the protocol network layer and so on that you heard someone speak about earlier. So this obviously creates significant inefficiencies, exclusion, and frankly stagnates the incredible potential of digital. Now, why does this happen? And I was struck when someone told me that hunger is not a problem of food, it's not a food issue, it's a logistics issue. And I think similarly in my experience as UNDP working across the 172 member states that we have, no one is intentionally trying to make life hard for anyone. Everyone wants to create impact, and therefore, this why countries should consider a DPI approach is really not a political will issue. Now, of course, Pramod, if we look at a number of countries, outside of India, as we heard from Shri Amitabh Khanji, many stories, they're for impact. That impact that we spoke about this morning. In 2013, it was logical for the state of Palestine to start building the public rails around which access to justice could be enabled. This took 3 different government ministries, took the leveraging of ID payments so that lawyers, legal aids could interact on a public rail, so that bail fees, court fees, etc. could be paid using the common rails. And I think these are sort of DPI approaches that are emerging, and much more collective action is required. And now, obviously, this approach is being replicated, or at least Djibouti and countries, many countries are starting to reflect on that experience. And believe me, technology is not the only issue here. Similarly, if I reflect on the Ebola crisis, when the UN system had decided that cash transfers to health and frontline workers was going to be sort of this enabling sideshow, a very small component of the Ebola fight against Ebola. But at the, in the words of the head of the Ebola Response Center, he basically said that being able to pay the right health worker on time, the right amount, was basically the difference between whether workers were on strike or fighting Ebola. And this is, really amazing for us to see, because I led the program in Ebola, against Ebola in West Africa in 2014-15, and it was again logical for us to bring together government and the 13 different organizations that were paying the same, sets of people into a common registry where we were able to share who was verifying who and so on, and effectively able to respond also to health workers' challenges, be able to link back to the functional identity system at that point, and then leverage the entire financial ecosystem where it was not about one or two MOUs with a mobile money provider, but really just leveraging the entire reach of the ecosystem. Now, the tremendous, sort of outcome from the Ebola crisis beyond sort of what we achieved was the development of something that became a digital public good, OpenGTP, which is, being offered now to a number of countries, is available, was available also during the Ukraine crisis when we had the government and the multiple humanitarian agencies that were paying a monthly sum of $125 million to help not health workers, to Ukrainians, to be able to exchange data on who was getting paid what amount so that you could solve for exclusion but also redundancies. And I think these are really some powerful examples of that we're seeing emerge from countries, and I really have to sort of say that there was one example where a humanitarian specialist was telling me that, but we are doing humanitarian payments. And if you really put people at the center of these infrastructure, for a person receiving 100 rupees, from one government department or a WHO or WFP, there's no difference. How do we really increase efficiencies and create those horizontal systems through a public infrastructure approach are one of the reasons why digital public infrastructure becomes a really powerful approach for all of us to consider and take action on.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Actually, you spoke about three things. At least I am taking away. Is one, always put the user at the center. Many times, as a provider or a builder of the system, we put system at the center. I want to do this, government officers saying it, regulators saying it. Do they want it? What do the end user want it, right? So I think that was very powerful. Second, I think I'm taking away from you is also the fact that how do we create that something that is reusable? Like the Ebola example you talked about became something that you built for a purpose, but became an underlying infrastructure later for many other unimagined possibilities that emerge out of it. Right? That's very, very interesting. I think, and most importantly, very interesting thing you talked about is the friction removal. A lot of times it is not about grand projects. It's very simple few steps that you can make to remove friction, that getting money for the health workers on time. What's the difference actually in that system, right? So it was very important. It was also very eye-opening why underlying digitization triggers very much unimagined possibilities later. That possibility is exciting. Jonathan, I want to come to you. You pretty much know the Southeast Asia, and we learn a lot from you all the time we discuss. And you are our source to what's going on in that part of the world. So I want to ask you, are from World Bank, and you are an investor, in one sense funder of digital public infrastructure, and you have been ahead of the curve in one sense with your ID4D program and now G2PEX program. So I want to ask about how you think about investing or funding that DPI as a funder. What are you seeing? Second, are countries ready for it? Are countries committed to the idea of DPI? Or they're still thinking we should do some digital stuff?
Very good. Thank you so much, Pramod, and also a big thank you to the Government of India and the State Government of Kerala for the wonderful hospitality. The World Bank has a very significant priority towards digital public infrastructure because the experience of the pandemic showed how important this is for resilience. But also, we look at stories like, for example, here in India, it's also transformational for economic growth. Now, what's also important to note is we don't just fund, right? Of course, that's a core part of our work. But we also produce research and provide technical advice. And you said it yourself, Pramod, in the previous session, it's not really about deep pockets, it's about deep conviction, right? And that's something that we work with a lot of countries to do, because the DPI approach, as you outlined very well earlier, requires a paradigm shift in thinking, moving from silos and fragmentation to horizontal enablers. And in some ways, system owners or government agencies have to be prepared to give up some power and control, right, to enable a greater good. So to come to your question about the countries that are really leading this space, you have obvious powerhouses like Korea. We had in Washington DC last week, we had Korea Digital Days, where we learned about how the government is unlocking data from many different sources to allow the private sector, government researchers to utilize this data in a privacy-preserving manner, right, with very strict controls and safeguards, but allowing the full use of this data. Another one, I'm not just saying this because I'm a resident, but in Singapore, what they call the Singapore GovTech Stack, which brings together identity, data sharing, and all different kinds of trusted services. I can tell you, you were just speaking about putting the user at the center. Singapore offers a model for that, because through an application called SingPass, I have my ID card, I can sign into services online, I can apply for government payments. Of course, as a non-citizen, I'm not eligible. But what I love about it is that I have an inbox where I can see all the data that I've shared, who I shared it with, when, and what data attributes. And we have a strong partnership with Singapore. We published a case study about this. We're working with Singapore and Indonesia to actually look at how, when Indonesia builds something like this, these can be interoperable. But then, of course, these are countries with a lot of resources, both financial and high human capital. When we look at other countries where we're working, Togo, so in West Africa, a relatively small country, they're really blazing a path when it comes to building digital public infrastructure in a bespoke greenfield fashion. We're supporting them to roll out a foundational ID, which they're using open source software that originates from India, called the Modular Open Source Identity Platform, or MOSIP for short. They did an extraordinary thing during COVID called the Novisi Government-to-Person Payments Program, which we supported, where because they didn't have an ID system in place, they used the voter registry to allow people to apply for benefits through SMS, USSD, right? And then the money went straight into a mobile money account. We're now supporting the government of Togo to build a data exchange platform that will allow the government to really better target cash transfers, to offer more public services online. And what really has been instrumental in Togo is that this is owned by the President and the Minister of Digital Economy, Minister Sina Lawson, who is a complete visionary, a force of nature in driving this agenda forward. The second example I'd give is the Philippines. It's one that's very close to my heart. We're not funding in the Philippines, but we're advising. When COVID-19 hit, one of the biggest challenges that the government faced was they designed a cash transfer to go to 3/4 of the households in the country, 15 million households. And the enrollment process was paper-based. So they distributed paper forms, and then they took the paper forms back. Then there was a checking, and then they distributed the payments with cash. This process took anywhere between 3 to 18 months, depending on where you were in the country. To address this issue, they've, as a foundation for addressing this issue, they then, with our support, accelerated a national ID system called PhilSys, which is also using this open source software I mentioned earlier called MOSIP. Since the enrollment started at the beginning of 2021, they've registered 77 million Filipinos. Now in India that may seem quite small in relative terms, but in the case of the Philippines, this is 85% of the target population that have registered. And now 52 million have IDs. Many of them, it'll be their first ID. As part of the rollout of the National ID program, we also help them to co-locate bank account opening facilities. 8 million people open bank accounts for the first time at the same time as registering for a national ID. We're now working with the government with a lot of support from the Centre for Digital Public Infrastructure to look at how to integrate this new national ID system into various social welfare programs in the country. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
it actually shows the two sides of the story. A developed, well-resourced country like Singapore, able to do it, to Togo, a tiny country, and able to still do it, which actually says it's not about access to capital. It's not about access to lots of resources or people. Sina Lawson is a force of nature, so she drives a lot of that. It's about conviction. It goes back to the idea that it is, if you are very convinced that it is a way of doing it, it doesn't take much to do at all. And that's a very, very wonderful way to put that. And it's wonderful to also see, Jonathan, a lot of other countries are thinking reusable digital public infrastructure, especially with respect to data. And with respect to data, I think we bring, in a previous panel, some of you heard, Siddharth Tiwari brought the idea that much of the lending in this world, lending happens through collateral. And most poor people and or SMEs don't have collateral. So can data become an information collateral that can prove who I am and what I do, and then allow me to access capital in the world, right? But when it comes, and Singapore seems to be doing it, India seems to be doing, many countries seem to be progressing towards that, and of course GDPR sets the right rules around that. So, Johan, I want to come to you. Can you tell us about how can we make sure individual rights and individual empowerment is at the center of design of DPI? Especially when it comes to data, and digitization is going to create a massive creation of that data. So how do we put people at the center, and how do we make sure their digital rights and digital empowerment is actually foremost in our design? Can you shed some light?
Yeah, thanks a lot. And I think one point I would like to make strong is what we see at the moment is that DPI is not differentiating between developing countries and former industrial countries, but we saw, for example, at Digital Public Goods in West Africa that we developed in the Ebola crisis, got a pandemic management system for Corona, went then to East Africa and came to Germany in the health centers. This is the point of reusable interoperable building blocks, and I think that's pretty awesome that we're all on the same space. At the same time, we can also co-create that, and I think that's my point also when it comes to the issue of safe, secure, and I would like to add here also sustainable DPIs, because if you put the people in the center, and the colleagues from Microsoft said that you have to really make sure that they have an understanding of safe and secure, not only on the data and the ability of sharing the data, but obviously if you don't see DPIs only as identity management platform and digital payment system, but you see this as a cross-cutting topic, where you add layer for education, add layer for health, add layer for climate, etc. Then it's basically a whole approach on digital public infrastructure that needs trust of the citizen. And what we see at the moment is a challenging system that some systems are excluding citizens and allow also government more control, and some systems are built around citizens, enabling citizens also to become part of its rights. And yes, the European Commission, the European Union has embarked on GDPR, has embarked on the AI standard, has embarked on data sharing guidelines, and I think again here it's a co-creation process. We, for example, supported the African Union Commission with a very good African Union data framework that was just released and is very ambitious in some areas that even European standards are not yet there, and it sheds some light where we can all learn from. At the same time, if you ask, besides the regulation system, you need to empower the ecosystem. So there's a lot of talk about government at the moment in the room here, and there's a lot of talk about the citizens, but obviously looking at the civil society as a custodian of rights as well is important, and to bring the private sector in, because in the end of the day, this is where innovation is happening, and this is also where scale and potential is coming in the area of investment. but also in the area of public-private partnerships. And we see this, we do this, for example, with partners like Mozilla in the health sector, and also we see this in the area of artificial intelligence coming up very, very strong. We had a first fantastic pilot case on natural language processing, making sure the DPI is speaking also in the languages that are not translated by Google, and we have done this in Rwanda, with Kini Rwanda, on an AI chatbot, and we're currently supporting the Indian government in similar approaches. And I think that's something we need to nurture also in the discussion, that with very clear standards for safe and secure DPIs, but also government through private sector investment. And my last point is we should not forget in the area on climate change that DPI is very great to facilitate adaptation to climate change. Nobody is questioning that. But at the same time, the sector of digital economy is already attributing for, I think, 6 or 7% of the global emissions on CO2, and it will double over the next 5 years. We should make sure that we have a sustainable component and that we have green data centers and green digital public infrastructure. And I think that's something we have to look in the eyes of our kids that we do this thing right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. I'm just going to interrupt for a second. This is a housekeeping announcement. If we can just request everyone inside the room and outside the room as well. This event is being live streamed and there's just a lot of chatter around. So for those who are watching online, it's quite a challenge. So we request all those in the vicinity where the sound can carry, please be conscious of it and be considerate to those who are watching the live stream. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
No, I think it's important. It's good that you brought it up. There's a lot of chatter that actually carries through, I think. So I want to just take away 2 points you talked about. One, the citizen rights, making sure while citizen rights are done, it's where you are also brought an interesting point about no difference between developed nations and developing nations when it comes to DPI. Actually, it's very, very interesting examples, live examples that you brought out, is eye-opener, right? How this can, it's not about a lot of infrastructure investment or money or capital. It's quite straightforward to actually start doing if you only put your mind to it and you have right leadership support for you to be able to do. And even more interesting point you brought out, I think something which we probably didn't speak so far, is about the involvement of civil society. I think it is, when it comes to public infrastructure, or infrastructure that's meant as a public utility for public good, it is important that a participatory governance and feedback loops are created and not necessarily just by the government, for the government, bad idea, by the government and everything is decided in a small room, pretty bad idea. So how do we create this participatory and open, transparent governance, including bringing civil society? And in India we say this 3 terms: Sarkar, Samaj and Bazaar. Sarkar means government, Samaj means civil society of people, and Bazaar means bazaar, market. So we have to bring all 3 together to actually succeed in our DPI. So great point, John. Thank you for bringing that up. And that brings the bazaar point, Diana. Welcome to India. I hope you have great stay so far. So we spoke a lot, and I think Dilip alluded to, in this panel at least, quite a lot of private innovation that happened on top of UPI. But I think the idea of DPI, how do we bring private innovation really on top of it to advance affordability, choice, competition as thing? And from Dial's perspective, how are you seeing private innovation thriving on top of a rail with a set of rules, regulations, and how can we unleash that power? And how are you viewing that idea?
Thank you very much, Pranod. And I think I've learned my first term, Sarkar, Samaj and Bazaar. And I think the beauty of that is how the beauty of DPI is how it puts public interest at the center of business and innovation. So already there's that foundation of putting people at the center and public interest. And how that is really useful for the innovation and business community is that by providing secure and reliable data and digital systems, businesses and innovation companies are able to design more user-friendly products in a faster and cheaper way. When it comes to affordability, many organizations, private sector entities, would have paid for verification systems and intermediaries, but the beauty of DPI is that it removes the intermediary. So companies are able to design a more affordable product for the users. Secondly, it also creates a foundation for innovative business models and products. Because now these product developers and businesses have access to verifiable user data. So products are able to be developed and services are able to be developed that are more user-friendly. A lot of by reducing the verification, the need for verification, then onboarding, like several steps to onboarding has been eliminated. So there is actually a faster access to digital services.
That's wonderful. I think the idea of removing friction to access is a very powerful thing. But can we do that with choice and affordability as a metric? Not just one app, not just one way. And interestingly, the choice also brings resilience. When you have multiple ways of doing things, you are not depending on just one way of doing things, and something goes wrong. Even digital payments, we speak about that. If you only have digital payments and something goes wrong in the country, you need to think about resilience. So I think you brought some very interesting point, and I think the most key point you talked about is how do we create a competitive, innovation-friendly marketplace that brings the affordability and cost down, trust up. How do you increase trust, reduce cost, increase choice? That would be a wonderful combination to have. Now that brings to say, okay, these are great ideas. What can we speak about some practical implementation principles? So then I would start with you. Do you want to start with a set of design principles that you would keep in mind to think about DPI when they start off in their journey?
Yeah, so I think one of the success principles in designing DPI system at scale is around anchoring it on strong digital national strategies, policies, and regulations. And that immediately guarantees safeguards at a national level, creates a base minimum requirements for entities and departments that are creating digital services for the population. And then it also ensures that data governance, national data governance requirements are also applied when these services are being designed. Secondly is around ensuring that there's a very strong technical architecture, an enterprise architecture as a foundation of DPI. I think that's also another critical success factor when it comes to designing DPI. And then the element of oversight and accountability is also very critical. There needs to be independent data governance systems at national level. There also needs to be redressal systems that are anchored also in national policy and regulation, because that establishes a trust that is needed, both from a user perspective and then also from a design perspective. And then also it ensures that participation and agency is also applied, and not just from a whole of government perspective, but also ensuring that the whole of society is included in the design process. So really encouraging governments and designers of DPI to ensure that they work with civil society in designing DPI, because that's one of the foundations of ensuring that it is inclusive and that the public interest and the whole sphere of the digital economy is also included in that process.
Very well said. A strong architecture, strong accountability, good set of governance, but even more important, supporting infrastructure. You spoke about grievance handling mechanisms. You know, when you have a large network of private innovation, public innovation, when things go wrong, do you have the supporting infrastructure as well? Very well set up. I've written down those principles, by the way. So I think very, very useful for us to be able to talk about it. Dilip will come back to you on the grievance handling later. But Kezom, do you want to add a few more principles? How are you looking at this? What are you proposing to the countries when you talk about DPI?
I mean, just building
to
on...
add on a few principles, yeah, building on,
just building on, I mean, you know, for the first time, I mean, besides the Ebola example that I shared, we're seeing countries like Mauritania and countries like Myanmar, both very complex countries, contributing lessons and code back to global digital public goods like MOSIP, like Mojalu. And in Mauritania, for example, the success principles were really around, as Diana mentioned, creating the right nodal agency to coordinate, to design, to plan. In a complex country like Myanmar, it's really around navigating those complexities, creating goodwill in the ecosystem, participatory governance, and so on. And I think, you know, we're also seeing this from Namibia and countries like Kenya who are coming together to contribute to what may be the future of a climate or a planet DPI, because so many countries have to build the same systems over and over again, especially in this nature climate energy space, because so many of the processes are globally driven, whether it's calculating your NDCs, whether it's the carbon registries that, you know, buys and sells carbons, and a number of other systems. So what is that common infrastructure layer that can create that transformative capabilities where data is unlocked and so on? So our design principles really, I mean, are around participation, people putting people at the center, and I think, you know, just to maybe add on to this, to making sure that this great moment upon us, you know, doesn't bypass the opportunity that we have, that we've kind of shared from our own respective organizations for meaningful and equal digital cooperation among countries. And for that, I think, you know, we have to sort of really thank the incredible leadership of the government of India on creating that space, that leadership for the participation of the countries in the global south, not as some beneficiaries of the DPI approach or the DPI agenda, but as equal partners in shaping the future together.
Yeah, thank you, Kezom. I think when you actually build these principles, it's really essential that to think through very, very systematically. Although it's not costly. The thinking can't be outsourced and thinking can't be kept for future. I think you have to really upfront do it. And these conversations, I think, creating a lot more energy and ability for us to share our learnings. So I want to take both of your set of principles and actually throw it to Dilip, who actually built, you know, UPI. Now we have what, 350 banks and wallets and nearly 100 apps, 22 languages. How the hell are you managing UPI network? How did you architect? How did you bring accountability? How are you bringing governance, participatory governance, Kezom, you talked about? And most importantly, how are you dealing with grievance when you have a large grid of everyone doing it?
So Pramod, I think what you're asking is a one-day workshop actually.
No.
One-day
workshop.
workshop.
Some good examples would be actually more, you know, connected.
So I think, and as rightly said by my fellow panelists, that I think the government and the regulator, and I'm talking about the payment system, has to be super clear on, you know, how the DPIs will work, how DPIs will ensure to drive innovation, because I think this is one of the fears that, you know, if you look at the flip sides, you know, how DPIs, once you create it, is very easy, but you know, how do they keep innovating? So I think the India principle, a lot of credit goes back to the government and RBI to treat this as not a one-time success activity, but a continuous success story. Because I think for the countries like India, the 10x growth is possible, and the whole innovation journey. You spoke about the customer trust and customer grievance redressal. The RBI's guideline on online dispute resolution, super important. I think, you know, we now have the capability today about 30 to 40% technology complaints, the complaints which are arising out of the technology reasons get resolved automatically every 2 hours. So I'm saying that how do we get that number to 90% plus? So I think some of the steps and measures taken by the government, whether it's a reasonable profitability by the ecosystem, whether it's a rules and regulation, why? Because technology is one part of it, but I think the regulation and the oversight is super important to ensure that the DPI is grounded, the DPI is agile, the DPI is driving innovation, so that next 10 years journey, the DPI is able to set through the 10 years journey in terms of the progress of the country. And also some of the kind of ecosystem driven innovation. We spoke about you were talking about UPI design principles. One of the things has been that UPI is a rail, and how does the customer look at accessing his own money in the bank accounts? How does the customer look at accessing the lender's money? The credit on UPI is one of the innovations which RBI is driving. And now with the recent regulation, how the wallets, which has been non-interoperable and kind of a closed loop story, now how they become part of UPI. So ensuring the interoperability as a core design principle, the grievance redressal as a inbuilt kind of a technology solution available from day zero. So I think a lot of credit, Pramod, I must say, goes back to the innovation-led policies of the regulator and the government to ensure that this becomes an evolution and a continuous journey in that sense.
I think it's wonderfully said. I mean, you need a day for explaining to us how are you managing 8 billion transactions a month with so many people. I mean, so many network participants.
And the other thing is, while we keep talking about, sorry, I'm interrupting you, we keep talking about UPI, but I think it's not only the UPI driven, Pramod, you are aware, for example, 95% of the toll collected on the national highways, I'm saying within 3 hours, the money is with the concessionaire, right? I think that's kind of a efficiency which has been brought in. We spoke about the DBT. So morning government parks the fund with the commercial bank, and afternoon the funds are there with the beneficiary for use, right? In the DBT architecture which has been built using the Aadhaar with the ODI. So I'm saying it's not one example, it's a kind of taken those principles and applied across variety of payment systems. In fact, you look at it, we run one of the most efficient check payment systems. Today RBI can make it same day settlement. Once you issue a check, within 4 hours the beneficiary gets the money. But RBI for a reason kept it T+1, but still most efficient payment system. So I think that once you decide the principles, once you decide the architecture, applying it across the experience of the the service to the citizens has been a core value add of the DPI, and I think credit goes to the government and RBI looking at it across the ecosystem, across all payment platforms.
Yeah, I think these are not a one-time activity. I think that's a real important takeaway. It's like laying a highway. It's for decades to come. That also means you have to design evolvability into the governance of it. Because you can't build what in 2023, what you are expected to use the same thing with 2030. We have no idea what future holds for us. So how do you make it evolvable? It's a part of the DPI design. So I think you brought interoperability as a guiding principle in addition to the principles. And then you talked about evolution, keeping that and continuously making it upgrade. And most importantly, you talked about the grievance handling, taking in customer support and customer grievance handling as the online dispute resolution, as we call ODR, as an infrastructure baking into it. These are very, very key elements of building trust and building accountability and belief that 1 million people can actually use it every day. Right? So, Keshav, I want to come to you. So, what are the elements, key risks to mitigate? But okay, before that, I want to ask you a couple of other questions as well. I think do you have any learnings to add on to what we spoke about? Especially you are doing the GovStack. Can you throw some light on the GovStack thing and say how are we getting these best practices and learnings into shareable, reusable assets?
Yeah, thanks. I think the point on interoperability is a very strong one, and that's a total mind shift also in what you described as your governance layer, because the governance layer in a nutshell needs to be agile regulation, and that's something we have not witnessed, I think, over the last years. There's a law and then there's implementation. And I think government, private sector, civil society, and the people have to really understand agile regulation is totally different. And we train, for example, with the World Bank, with the Smart Africa Secretariat, policymakers from regulatory authorities and digital ministers. And it's really an eye-opener. If you don't have a legacy system, it's really easier for you to understand agile regulation and have an inbuilt regulatory mechanism. So I think that's absolutely perfect to align. But it's a total mind shift because it then comes with interoperability, and it comes also with what I think John Philibert laid out with cross-border payment and cross-border data flows. That is then also possible if you have that. Second part is obviously you need to have stacks, you need to have digital public goods as an open source and interoperable product that is there that needs to then be applied. And that's actually what GovStack is doing with DIAL, with our colleagues from the International Telecom Union, but also with our partners from Estonia that has set up X-Road. I would say similar good as India has done that, but obviously the country is a bit smaller. My point is just, I think if we jointly come together on a platform for reusable, interoperable building blocks, that's what GovStack is. And if we share our description of the, let's say, of the IT systems, the regulation coming with the experiences with agile implementation, and we make that the interoperable open source product place, a marketplace, then I think we can all take it from there. If we do it only in the national or regional settings and we monetize all of that and we don't allow open source and proprietary systems to coexist next to each other, I think we have a challenge in the global system, and that's why it's, I think, now on scaling. We need to scale now, and that's GovStack is providing the stacks, and GovStack is providing also the developer community that is very strong, not only in Bangalore, but also in a lot of other areas in the world, like Kenya and Nigeria, to come together. But it needs to be guided by the principles that I think Tezom and his colleagues has just laid out. I just wanted to add here, it's the principles, fair enough, but you need to also understand these are the sets you can just apply. And yes, Singapore, for example, has a fantastic system, and we work with Singapore together to bring them on there and basically make sure all the description is there. In the end of the day, the government and the private sector and civil society has to do tailor-made solutions for Africa, for European countries, and obviously for any other setting that you can think of.
Yeah, I think one of the, again, this can go on, but you need to have lunch. So the real takeaway there is the cross-border. I think the sentence written there on the walls is so apt. While you can make affordable and accessible and give choice, don't forget aspirations of people. And aspirations of people necessitates people to travel, people to find jobs around the world, take money, take their data. Countries should come in the way. I think cross-border data, cross-border thing is very, very key. And I will ask one last question, Jonathan. You are the guy with the money. And it is important that, we don't underestimate the need for funding, commitment. Although it's not as high as physical infrastructure, we need funding, we need local capacity. We can't import people from one place to other places. You need local context, contextualization, local people. How are you thinking about funding? Are you committed to funding DPI and sustainably and systematically?
Thanks, Pramod. I'm going to say one thing that's going to sound weird for somebody to say who comes from an organization with the word bank in it. I don't want to talk about the money first. In terms of ID projects, for example, we're working in 47 countries rolling out foundational ID programs. We're expecting to issue IDs, better IDs or new IDs to 500 million people, right? And that's really where the rubber hits the road and where the impact will be experienced. Now, to get there, of course, funding is a key issue. It's not the only issue, but in ID alone, in those 47 countries, we have $2 billion either committed or in the process of being committed. That has grown quite significantly from a few years ago when it was around $1.2 billion, right? But it's not just the funding that we provide, and the funding is very important, not just because money is needed, but also guaranteed funding over multi-year periods. Because one of the biggest constraints that we see in governments is actually, and I'll be perfectly honest here, procurement and budgeting programs are hopeless, right? In fact, I think it was Dilip who mentioned that this is not about building something and then forgetting about it. When you're building things like DPI, it's not about procuring things, it's about procuring processes. And unfortunately, procurement policies and rules and laws in place are really about building a power station, a hospital, a bridge. It's about things. So one of the benefits of accessing World Bank funding is that it provides a little bit more flexibility to do that. But in addition to the funding, we have our multi-donor trust fund, ID for the G2PX, which is supported by the Gates Foundation, France, UK, Australia, and the Media Network. And that has allowed us to reach not just 47 countries, but about 80 countries, right? And I mentioned the Philippines earlier. We haven't put in a single cent to support them to roll out an ID that 77 million Filipinos have enrolled in. But we've spent, a lot of time and money to provide them with capacity, to give them knowledge, to advise them on how to contextualize what they saw in India, right? So we brought the Filipinos to India a few times, to a few other countries. That takes time and effort, right? So that's very important.
That's great. So that ends a wonderful panel, and big hands to my great friends, good friends, and panelists. Wonderful set of comments, and I hand over back to you. Thank you.
So, Mr. Verma, you are the Chief Technology Officer of Ek Step Foundation, which leads you towards education and inculcates a system called Diksha, which is India's largest educational outreach. Well, I'm saying 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, because 1 step doesn't take you to lunch. You need to fuel the human body with food, but you need to fuel startups with some money. So we're going to head for another session, pre-lunch, which is the startup, the fueling the startup ecosystem. But before that, I'd like to request Joint Secretary Nagaraj Naidu to please present tokens of appreciation to our panelists right here. And by the way, we always say no plastic, but on this occasion, we're saying hello plastic. These wonderful shawls are made from recycled plastic, and when I say wonderful, one really cannot imagine that they are made by upscaling. They look quite stunning. So, thank you to Bjorn Richter, Head of Digital GIZ, to Kizum, to Diana Sang, Jonathan Markel, Dilip Aspe, and of course, Pramod Verma. One would think technology is all about flow charts, but here Mr. Verma has more than the flow of invigorating life into everything he does and every panel that he's a part of. What a wonderful memory from G20 Kumarakom. Digital public infrastructure, icons, as we have icons in the audience as well. Thank you all for being with us, and moving on, our next session, as I said, is the spotlight session on how DPI is fueling the startup ecosystem. I'd like to invite our session chair, Devjani Ghosh, President of NASSCOM. She is the first woman in 3 decades of NASSCOM history to lead this organization, and inclusion really in corporate India is something that she has driven forth with great sincerity and achievement. Our panelists, Melissa Franklin, Investor Emphasis Ventures,
She was earlier the VP of Zomato and now wears many hats, but her expertise on India over the decade-long experience really makes her able to put her finger on the pulse quite intuitively. It's a marriage of intuition and data that needs to come together, and she marries them both very well. Sucharita Mukherjee, Kaleidofin CEO and co-founder. She is a fintech change maker and an alumni of both Lady Shri Ram College and Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. So both the institutions really cherish her and acknowledge the great strides that she's made. We also have Jatin Singh, founder of Gram Cover. He deals in insurance distribution in rural India, but since rural India makes his heart beat, he has developed a weather service system which helps weather forecast and helps the agri sector. So with these wonderful panelists, I now hand over to Dejani.
Since we stand between you and lunch, we are going to get started, mic or no mic. So, good afternoon everyone, and a huge welcome to this wonderful panel that I have. We've heard a lot about the importance of DPIs, how it can be game-changing in transforming the planet, transforming our lives. We've also all heard a lot about the challenges, the opportunities, the ecosystem that is getting created. You have heard from some of the leading companies across the globe in terms of how they are innovating with DPIs. There's another aspect of DPIs that is very interesting, and that I think that all of you representing different countries across the world would relate tremendously to. The DPIs have proved to be one of the biggest catalysts of the startup ecosystem, of startup innovation, of startup ecosystem growth. And that's what we want to talk about today, because startups are crucial to our economic growth in this digital era. Right? So I have with me Melissa Frackman, investor, Emphasis Ventures, who's doing a lot of fantastic work with startups that are leveraging the DPIs to solve for some of our biggest problems. And to prove that point, we have two amazing founders, Sucharita Mukherjee and Jatin Singh, who are doing some fabulous work, and we'll talk about that soon, to solve some of the real problems that India and the world faces today. So Melissa, I'm going to start with you. The connection between DPIs and startup ecosystems, DPIs, I mean, at least what we have seen in India, DPIs provide a tremendous platform. It almost democratizes market access for companies, and therefore it gives startups a tremendous boost. What have you seen as an investor, and how's it playing out?
Thank you, Debdani. It's a pleasure to be here. So as a global venture capital firm based in New York but looking at emerging markets, in partnership with Fortune 500 companies and larger Silicon Valley and Wall Street firms around the world looking at fintech, it's absolutely undeniable that India is a leader in terms of where fintech and the future of commerce is. And one of the core reasons for that is because a founder building from scratch a new innovation in fintech or commerce doesn't need to reinvent the wheel and build 5 layers of infrastructure first before they're able to build technology or distribution innovation to scale their business. So all of the fundamental DPI in India, everything from Aadhaar and KYC to payments to some of the other layers on top of it, really help founders be able to focus on their customers, whether they're small businesses or consumers, and scale very fast. It's not just the sort of massive demographics here, it's the true innovation that's happening across every sector in technology. This has enabled a flourishing startup ecosystem and has enabled a lot of foreign investment into the country. India-specific global funds raised $14 billion USD in the past 2 years alone of dry powder from the private sector to to invest into startups in this country. And I believe that a large part of that is because the startups have been able to innovate on top of CPI.
Fantastic. Sucharita, I'm going to go to you next. Your company, Caledofin, is doing some fantastic work, very creative, innovative work to bridge the financial inclusion gap, right? Can you talk a little bit about what you're doing and how?
Sure. Thanks so much. So Caledofin is a fintech platform which is really focused on bottom of the pyramid, women customers living in rural urban areas, running their own businesses. In fact, 98% plus of our customers are women today. And one of the things that we're trying to solve is really the how to make finance a powerful force in the lives of our customers. So in some sense, finance should really be like this oil, this lubricant that makes your life's goals and dreams happen, but today it doesn't. So one of the things we have done with our product, iCash, is move from a manufacturer-centric approach to a customer-centric financial solution which really combines the benefits of both savings and credit at the same time. The volatility of income of our customers is anywhere between 45–50%. And therefore, by definition, sometimes customers have surpluses, sometimes they have deficits, sometimes they need to invest working capital in their businesses for the festival season, but they don't have a facility that actually moves like this along with their financial lives. And we have many such tools like credit cards, for example. Credit cards and savings accounts in combination sort of help us do that. We have access to business loans. We really combine the two in order to provide this fluid solution that works along with the customer's lives. The other thing that we needed to do was really bridge the understanding gap. It's one of the reasons why lending doesn't just flow naturally despite this being a huge market, very low delinquency rates, is that there is no underwriting capability. So we also created an infrastructure price score, which is a financial health score used to underwrite savings, insurance, and credit. And through both of these, we impact about 2.5 million customers across 450 districts.
2.5 million customers. Amazing, amazing. Jatin, you have your startup is also solving a very, very needed problem in India. I mean, it's a heartbreaking problem in many ways. And you are addressing that through rural insurance, which is can be game-changing in a country like India. Can you talk a little bit about what you do?
So actually, my personal background is in climate finance. And though ground cover is a rural insurer, it is a digitally enabled rural insurance brokerage that does distribution of general insurance lines, starting from crop insurance, weather insurance, cattle insurance, now to motor and life insurance. As the business has diversified, and we do about 4 to 5 million policies, 2.5 million farmers across the country. Effectively, the way vision is that I think the single biggest security risk to this country is climate risk. Between the year 1900 and the year 2000, there was one drought per decade. Between 2000 and 2023, we've had some 7 droughts. And we're looking at weather extremities. And unfortunately in this country, the way the data is organized, we are not able to attribute the loss to a drought or a flood to the value that it does. And that is how the ground cover as insurance brokerage is kind of is structured. So basically creating financial products to kind of ring-fence rural incomes that are completely, rural incomes is not agricultural income anymore, but there is a very strong link between the two. And so everything from basically underwriting droughts to creating weather index products for not only crops but for cattle, and then trying to add other layers of financial security, which, for example, if you do health insurance in rural India, it's very important because in the rural income, which is anyway so meager, we're looking at per capita income is still sub $2,000. The annual income of a farmer, if he owns an acre of land from a field, comes to about $1 lakh a month. You know, the out-of-pocket expenses for health is significantly high. There is that missing middle of health insurance, those who are not covered by market-based and those who don't come in the Ayushman Bharat. So how do you kind of link that? So you're able to create, you basically get products in which you go from what I call from cow to car. You know, everything that is there, and you do it digitally without having significant fixed costs. And because we have so much data, we are able to underwrite it very, very competitively. The problem in underwriting climate risk or rural products is because if you do traditional commercial underwriting, the cost is very high. But because we have so much data, we're able to do it better.
Jatin, talk a little bit about how you're able to leverage the building blocks of this DPI ecosystem to do what you're doing. Exactly what you talked about.
Without DPI, our business would have been impossible. I mean, the Jan Dhan Aadhaar stack, right? A bank account, KYC of Aadhaar, the capacity to collect premiums and to give claims online without the intermediaries that used to dominate, which still do it. I mean, the problem anybody encounters is getting into rural India, and I'm going to use a politically correct term, it's called the ether. The ether is very expensive to get through. Now the ether is gone. And then, once you read, and then there's level of trust that is built, and then you try to cross-sell other products on top of it. And I should also say that there is a DPI that is visible, that gets talked about. There's a DPI that is coming. I work in agriculture very closely. I know that the agri stack is going to come. I'm personally building a significant part of it. So once the DPI, if you really ask me, is very thin right now. It makes transactions easier. Now the idea is that how to make transactions more profitable, how to get more risk, how to get better insights of data. And the fact is that India is a data sparse environment, especially in rural India. I mean, if you start cross-checking from number of farmers, number of crops that are grown, how much, for example, this unseasonal rainfall that is happening in North India right now, what is the true extent of damage? What is the quality of wheat that is going to come to market? At which market will the prices change? And which farmer is going to get affected and who is not? That is the layer that is not going to come. So we will truly be able to use market tools and, to reduce, at least be able to compensate the losses that happen on all these accounts.
Fantastic. And Sucharit, I'm going to ask you the same question, because the number of startups that talk about how they owe their success to the DPIs and how the DPI ecosystem has enabled them actually bring down costs, increase their market access, increase their the reach of their services, products, etc. is amazing. What has been your experience?
Yeah, so very similar to Jatin. I think when I started my previous business, Dwara KGFS, we actually used to have very involved conversations about KYC, about whether you should use ration card or voter ID card or a letter from the panchayat, and how do you verify any of these documents, right? And it was a real struggle, and so therefore we said that okay, let's do a branch-based model, because physical verification was really the only way you could ascertain the identity of the person. And the thing is that that's nice from a relationship perspective, but it adds a huge amount of cost. The cost that this adds can be as much as, let's say, 5% on a loan product. Your loan product becomes 5% more expensive, and that cost is borne by the customer. So I think this has sort of ecosystem level shifts, right? So now when we started Kaleidofilm second time around, we already have the Aadhaar stack for identity. We already have, exactly. It's a huge leapfrog. We don't, the whole idea of Kaleidofilm became possible when we realized that, oh, actually we don't need to go out and physically meet the customer anymore. And therefore we dared to dream of hundreds of millions of customers in our long-term journey, rather than a few 100,000 or a few million at best. That's all we could dream of earlier, because we were constrained. So I think that lack of constraints is beautiful in many ways.
I think the other part of the digital infrastructure which is really interesting is data. There's a ton of data which is sitting in the hands of customers which they need to have access to, which is being made possible by the account aggregator framework. And now we actually work really closely with the tech team which is designing the product to say that, okay, how can we make the account aggregator, which holds all the bank account data, all the insurance data, all the tax data, how can we make this available also for customers with feature phones, not just for customers with smartphones, because we know that, at least 80% of the country has significant trouble in self-service, and therefore, that's very essential. So the next version of the account aggregator product will have an element of assistance built into it, which is really exciting. So that's the other part of DPI, which is how do you make this data available? Excellent. Melissa, we hear again and again startups talk about how the DPIs have been game-changing for their business. In fact, one of the most successful startups in India is Zerodha. The founder has openly come out and said this was only possible because of the DPI ecosystem. Is this something you see playing out in the rest of the world, or is this an India story only?
It is absolutely not an India story. And I also want to clarify, because a lot of the conversations we've had today have been with really exciting, meaningful development organizations and multilaterals, but this is also not just a development story. It's a very exciting technology and private investment story. We're an investor in Drumcover, and we believe that what they are doing in terms of, and we're looking at investor in Quadrifit, and we believe that what Drumcover is doing on digital insurtech is globally leading, and that it's not just a massive domestic opportunity with a massive rural population that needs to be insured, but that global insurance companies around the world are looking for ways to leverage their national public infrastructure stack, or the one that will be built, to be able to deploy lower ticket, wider scale products across the market. And they're looking to India for investment opportunity and for collaboration. We see this, for instance, with Kasabook, another portfolio company, that is the digital product for 18 million micro SMEs around the country to transact online when they otherwise were operating fully kind of offline. Again, we get inbound slide decks in our inbox from companies who say they want to be the Kasabook of Nigeria or the Kasabook of Panama. And we think that it's really a global story and just the beginning. It's extremely early days.
And I'm going to turn to Jatin and Sucharita to talk a little bit about your learnings and, the good and the bad through this process. But Jatin, you were talking about the impact that you see, and not just the fantastic numbers you talked about, right? But how the first panel was about how DPIs are changing people's lives. Talk a little bit about that. What are some of the stories you are picking up? Real first-hand stories.
I mean, we do a lot of work with women in Bihar, especially smallholder goat farmers, and we've seen where the problem was that the price of goat shoots around Eid. Goat. Okay, and Gandhi said it's a poor man's cattle, right? And the problem is that what can happen is that you can have a disease and overnight your kind of herd is gone. And because we're able to kind of figure out, certify, and pay back fairly quickly, multiple times we've been able to really, and these are like, not even small, they're landless people in grasslands with their goat herds. And we've done thousands of goats, and so many times we've been able to save a family because we've been able to do payouts. And thanks to insurance companies like National Insurance, too, and a lot of them were basically from Jivita and Bihar, where we did this. We've also worked on germination insurance. So, for example, if there's a lack of rainfall and your seed is not able to germinate, we're able to compensate so you can go for resowing fairly quickly. And we've done that across a couple of thousand farmers in repeated number of seasons. We've helped, though on a larger scale, warehouse companies, protect them from unseasoned rain, where there was a loss of business because, in North India it was raining at a wrong period of time, and we were able to compensate that. So there's a lot of climate work we've done. We also have worked very hard on automating LIC and the LIC's claims process. LIC is India's biggest insurer. Everybody subscribing to an LIC in every village here. But the service level that they get through the agent, there are inherent limitations. Now, one is a service level of taking a premium. The other is making sure that you get your claim when something actually happens. And that's a somewhat semi-automated process that we work on. We've worked on hundreds of claims of that sort. So from an impacts, both I would say agriculture and rural, we've done a lot of work. We've reduced fraud substantially. I think the work that we're doing is going to have a significant impact on cattle finance because we've built a technology in which we've done muzzle recognition. So the biggest problem in cattle finance is the cattle that I buy and the cattle that I insure. There are two probabilities. Either the cattle is there or this whole transaction has happened with no cattle. Okay, and this is the biggest problem here. And what we're working on is basically an Aadhaar for cattle. And we're working on AIC to roll it out because it's a problem. So nobody wants to lend KCC to a small farmer. Everybody wants to do a dairy because it doesn't matter which one goes. But a small farmer has only one or two. Now the farmer is playing the system is playing the farmer. So it doesn't help anybody. And we think that once we're able to do digital verification and digital, so a cattle dies, you take a picture, and that is the beginning and the end of the process. More finance will come immediately because cattle is, the collateralized milk production of the cattle is pretty substantial. So those kind of things.
And these problems have existed. They're old problems.
Yes.
But I think what technology is doing now is enabling us find new solutions to these problems.
Absolutely. One of the things, so in our line of business, there is financial engineering, there is technology intervention. I mentioned the word ether here. Actually, ether is inefficiencies in rural India. Ether is lack of or semi-literacy. So I frankly hate interfaces. I hate apps. Okay. We are building stuff that is either voice enabled or through WhatsApp chat. You don't need to download an app. You talk to a system, the system talks back to you, gives you options, you say one yes and no, and that is the end of story. So, that's what we want to do.
So, Childa, what has been your experience? And, as a founder who's walked down pretty significantly, I think you've taken your journey has been amazing. What is your advice to some of the new founders who are just starting their journey?
My main advice to new founders is one, look at the customer segment in informal India as your target customer segment. It's huge, has the capacity to pay, values services. There is no need for cashbacks. There's no need to buy away through growth. And in some sense, of course, it's tough. But this is where 90% of India is.
And how do they leverage this infrastructure that the highways, the digital highways that are being created through the DPI infrastructure? What's the best way to leverage it for founders?
So, I think any good infrastructure, once it's there, honestly, it's just there for you to use. There are open APIs that you can integrate with both on the account aggregator side as well as on the eKYC side. So it's, I think that leveraging the infrastructures actually become very, very cheap. I think that there are, however, certain, issues in the digital public infrastructure that will need continuous upgrading. So, for example, as a country, we have achieved a lot in bank account coverage, but the quality of the bank accounts that our customers have is still terrible. They're full of fees and charges and will inhibit digitalization, and in some sense that is an infrastructure problem that is waiting to be solved yet, and will unlock plenty of benefits for all startup founders. And I would say that the other piece of advice is that spend your time on advocacy, spend your time on
public efforts, because they do yield results. For example, Account Aggregator actually started only with the self-service version, but with our engagement and with other co-founders' engagement, we convinced the team that an assisted interface was indeed required. So I think that the environment is very open provided you engage, and the informal sector customer is a very bright future. Focus there on the white space instead of the crowded top 10% space. Fantastic. Melissa, Jatin talked about some really interesting problems that one can look at, right? What are some of these usage cases that you are seeing beyond financial inclusion that you think startups should focus on, especially in countries like India, where they have the benefit of having a strong DPI ecosystem to give them that boost?
Yeah, and again, the opportunities are far beyond India, even for use cases beyond financial services, although fintech tends to be the first mover on leveraging some of these. Because, of course, payments and eKYC is underlying infrastructure for any sector. So some examples is commerce. The future of the way people shop is completely changing all over the world. The Amazons and Flipkarts of the world are going to seem like legacy companies relative to what's to come. ONDC in India and efforts around the world on DPI will change the way people shop. Another very timely example is the advent of ChatGPT and AI, and as it improves so rapidly, is going to dramatically change how good fraudsters are. And the kind of fraud that will happen in absolutely every sector is going to be tremendous. And the only shot, we believe, that startups and innovators have to building technology to fight this is leveraging national and digital public infrastructure to be able to build fast enough to iterate at the pace of all the fraud that's going to come with AI. One more example is healthcare and health insurance. Another portfolio company, Clinic, is deeply innovating in India around a full stack primary OPP healthcare as well as health insurance bundled into an extremely affordable subscription for the common person. And they are only able to do that because they're able to leverage every kind of DPI available at all steps of their business to be able to reduce costs. Incredible savings, 1% of the cost of an American healthcare policy with the same quality. And we think that that, again, is an amazing investment opportunity and be a very scalable global opportunity.
So I'm going to ask Sucharita and Jatin, and you decide who wants to answer first, but Melissa talked about how this is not just an India story, and it's a global opportunity scope. Do you see your stack, your solution, having a global play? And are you building for that? No, absolutely. I think, emerging markets are a super exciting opportunity for us. Why should we all reinvent the wheel? In fact, we are actively considering markets like Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Kenya, Nigeria to expand into, and we find again and again that some of the issues that are there in India waiting to be solved are the same issues, very same issues. So for example, how do you underwrite a nano enterprise? The missing middle. It's an issue everywhere. How do you get lenders and customers on the same credit platform so that you can actually discover the true market price of credit? It's not there. How do you make sure there is a middleware so that large lenders can come in and actually lend to various different types of customers on one standardized loan management system? Again, these are very, very universal unsolved problems, and I do think that while there is a huge market in India and we have to go for depth, I think the technology, the data science infrastructure, some of which is public and some of which is private, are just massive, massive market opportunities. I mean, just one statistic, there are 2.5 billion people working in the informal sector. And informality is only increasing everywhere as a trend with the uberization of the economy. You know, even economies like US are becoming more and more informal rather than less.
Oh, absolutely. Climate change is a global reality. And frankly, I feel no country has, from a fintech intervention point of view, innovated as much, both from a DPI perspective as well as from a data perspective, as India has. I think our solutions are not only ready for emerging markets, but I don't find the rate of innovation even in emerging markets. I was just having that conversation. Our DPI is at a different level. The innovation that is happening here is at a different level. Also in the climate space, you know, if you merge both, I mean, farmers in Europe are struggling because of heat waves. So isn't there something that needs to be built for that? And then the rural economy starts with crop, and as I said, goes into cattle, and there's price insurance, everything is being affected. And I think we, at some point of time when we're mature enough, there are two stacks. We have the transaction stack, we have the tech stack. Tech stack has also got two portions. One is the underwriting, the other is the transactive way of doing it. So there is, you know, all these are absolutely ready. Once you stabilize, we will venture, for sure.
You know, the secret sauce of India's DPI success, digital public infrastructure success, is really the ecosystem that we have been able to build, the public-private partnership that has come together. And this partnership, I think, has fueled innovation, it has fueled problem solving, it has fueled scale like never before. And at the forefront of this innovation and scale are our startup ecosystem, which frankly has got a tremendous boost because of our extremely inclusive and strong digital infrastructure, digital public infrastructure that we have been able to build out. So with that, I'm going to now give you back some time so we can maybe move on to the next session or break for lunch. And thank you very much, Jatin, Sucharita and Melissa. Fantastic conversation. And for all our international guests who relate to these problems, please do reach out, do speak to Jatin, speak to Sucharita, because I think the learnings that they have gone through can be so helpful to all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dejani. And now it is time for lunch, but before lunch, we always say that we must appreciate the sharing of knowledge, and for that I'd like to request Joint Secretary Nagaraj Naidu to please present tokens of appreciation to our panelists and conclude this part of the session. Thank you so much for being with us. There will be another session post-lunch here, and as you know, there will be the green development sessions as well. Enjoy your lunch and the rest of the day, and in the evening, we are going to see something absolutely spectacular. Kathakali, the hallmark of Kerala. And not only will you get to see an amazing performance, you will actually go through the journey of how the performance is put together. So it's going to be an absolutely wonderful rest of the day. Enjoy it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a great lunch and enjoyed the delicacies served today. Before moving forward, I would like to remind you of a side event on green development that's taking place in Conference Hall 2 in case you would like to attend it. Taking our discussion forward on DPI, I would now like to invite Ms. Chrissy Martin-Mayer, the Director, Charter for DPG's DIAL, to talk about the financing gaps in DPI. Chrissy, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. So thank you all for joining this session. I know there's a lot going on. Again, my name is Chrissy. I'm working with Priya and some of the other colleagues you may have met at the Digital Impact Alliance. Some of you may know me as the Director of the Charter for Digital Public Goods. Today I'm talking about something slightly different, which is very new research that DIAL and our partners are conducting on what it takes to finance safe, inclusive, and trusted digital public infrastructure. So the question posed to us was, how can we better understand the cost of financing this foundational DPI that we've been talking about all morning, that really works for competitive markets, for innovation, and for inclusion, right? That really drives these positive outcomes that we all want to see. So I'm going to preface this with two key caveats. This research is not scientific, it's not a full costing study, and I would also say, we've just started, so we're presenting to you some early findings because we really love your feedback and insights, but there's a lot more that we need to discover and talk about as we move forward with this work. But we do understand that as we talk about increasing global interest in DPI, increasing need for global cooperation, there's a need to know how much it costs, right? What are we really talking about? We've heard a bit about costs throughout the day, throughout the morning. Some people say it costs a lot, some people say it costs basically nothing. So I'm going to talk to you about three things. One is how and why we decided to focus on what we focused on. Two is how investments are starting to deliver economies of scale and return on investment. And three is some considerations for global financing as we move forward. So we did not focus this research on the cost of the technical implementation, the cost of the actual technology. Why? Well, in part because our friends at the World Bank, as we heard from Jonathan, are covering this. They know a lot about it. In part because the cost of that technical implementation is going to vary so much between countries, partially for things like population size, partially because of the choices that countries make, such as how much is it going to be public-led versus private-led? Right? There's so many different models and different choices that it's really hard to come up with any cost that means anything across different countries. But we also know that there are a lot of global or perhaps regional goods that can be created once and shared across countries. Right? And so we've bucketed these into global and regional ecosystems in blue here. And we know that the same is true of national ecosystems. There are things beyond that technical implementation that are really required to make all this work. So digging in a bit on the global and regional ecosystems, we put something that sounds a bit technical on the first, which is products. So this isn't the implementation in country, but this is an acknowledgement that at a global level, we need more options for governments as they look for systems to implement when they're looking for DPI. These products might be proprietary, they might be open source, they might be, as we're hearing more about, systems that governments are already using that work that they want to make shareable for other countries to use. Regardless, we need more choice. We need more selection of just globally available products for our DPI. We also need some of these other things that a lot of us are working on, so norms and policy guidelines. We need to have more research, we need to build the evidence base. We need to advocate for what works once we know what works, and we need to translate those best practices to national ecosystems. In country, we need more than the technology, right? So we do need a lot of things like actual computers, like cloud storage. We didn't talk about that. But we are talking about what does it take to do the coordination and planning within government to get everybody on board? How do we develop the technical roadmap and do the training that's required? What about the change management? Right? A lot of countries are finding that they need a new innovation office. They might need an OSCO, an open source program office. They might need to update their procurement guidelines we heard about this morning to adapt to more agile development, right, as they implement these systems. That's going to cost money. And of course, last but certainly not least is citizen engagement. So this includes getting the word out, right? Boots on the ground, radio, TV. How do we actually let people know what's going on? And grievance redressal. We've heard a bit about this. It can be everything from a one-stop shop to an actual data protection office. Right? So we're going to hear from Techie of the Africa Digital Rights Hub later. This is a really important part. It also costs money to actually allow customers to submit complaints instead, and to address those, right? So those legs to data protection regulation. So these are the 9 categories that we focus our costly exercise on. And so why do these 9 things matter? So we've heard a lot about this. I'm just going to go through it quickly. You know, digitalization is happening, but not all digitalization is the same. Why do we talk about DPI? So I asked ChatGPT yesterday what are the incentives for digital public infrastructure? It didn't know, so it's not brilliant yet. And it did know, as you come up on the screen, some things why governments are investing in digital systems. So these orange boxes are ChatGPT's answers, the 5 top reasons: efficiency, security, citizen experience, transparency and accountability, data management and analytics. But I think we've heard a lot here today that maybe shows that, you know, we have some human knowledge beyond ChatGPT still. But we've also heard that when you do it right, DPI can respond to pressing global concerns, that it can accelerate progress towards the SDGs, it can really spur competition in markets and innovation, and it can expand inclusion. But this isn't inevitable. If we don't focus on these global, regional, and national ecosystems, we can do it wrong. If we ignore people in civil society and private sector needs, if we don't avoid redundancy and fragmentation, if we end up in situations of vendor lock-in, which we hear about over and over again, and allow for illegal surveillance and targeted persecution to be accelerated by these systems, we're going to end up with a lack of trust. The systems won't be used, and frankly, we're going to be wasting money. So, if we know that it matters, if we know that these 9 categories matter to kind of good DPI, how can we quantify that? How can we say, yes, it really does matter? Well, we've heard a lot this morning, and we can see outside in our steering hall that, you know, India has arguably experienced kind of immeasurable private sector growth, but we can't find a number for just how much this has done to spur the economy here in India. But we also know that Estonia saves 2% of their GDP as a result of implementing their data exchange solution, X-Road. And we know that the Data Protection Office, for example, of Mauritius, brought in $11.7 million of USD in 1 year alone. So this is not an area where we usually think of as revenue generating, but by processing these claims and litigating them, they've actually been able to bring back some of that investment for the government. So what are we learning about this? What does it mean for the implications of global financing for DPI, especially at this ecosystem level? So one thing, which I did hear about this morning a bit, is that these costs do need to be financed over time. So we know that some investments are catalytic, right? Some institutions need to be set up, the technical roadmap maybe is a one-off cost, so they are going to go down. But if we really want to maintain capacity, drive innovation, and adapt to market realities, governments are going to need to cover these costs somehow. It might be through taxpayer money, it might be through debt, it might be through increasing the role of the private sector, but they will need to cover this, so as we go into this, we need to not forget about that. We're also learning that this financing of the global and regional goods delivers economies of scale, right? So there is a return on investment here. So one example is X-Road. It's maintained now centrally through NICE, through a consortium of 3 countries, at a cost of $2.5 million a year. But new countries, so at this point 20 new countries have implemented X-Road, and they're only spending on average $300,000 a year. Right, so this is the benefit of creating these shareable and reusable goods. We also know that not everything respects borders. Things like cybersecurity, right? A cybersecurity in one breach in one country is almost just as relevant to any other country. And so by taking this type of global and regional goods approach, we can scale some of these fixes, some of these lessons learned very quickly to fix some of these very cross-border challenges. And we all know that we're in a world where climate change, food insecurity, all of these problems are no longer respecting borders. So this is my last slide, and this is where I pull out the big number, but I do want to say a couple of things here. So going back to my caveats that this is not a scientific exercise and we're very early on in our research, we do estimate that these costs will be about $220 to $350 million per year for 20 countries to finance these global, regional, and national ecosystems. Now, another caveat is this is a bit comparing apples and oranges. We put apples and oranges in the same bucket, right? Because as you finance more countries, those national ecosystem costs are going to go up substantially, but the global and regional ecosystem costs will go up incrementally. So I would caution against just dividing this by 20 and then starting to add per country, because every country is going to be a different size, and because we kind of put these two things into one bucket. But we did want to give you a number because it felt like a financing presentation should have a number at the end. We also want to say that we argue that financing these costs is less a matter of more money and more political will, directionality. So for one example, I think there's a lot of money within global financing that's currently earmarked for specific sectors. And I think as we as a community start to better make the case that DPI is horizontal, that it really has a positive influence on all sectors, that we can unlock more financing for DPI without actually getting more money into the system. And I also want to say that I hope I've made the point already that financing will go farther if we focus on these global, regional, and national ecosystems. That by investing in these 9 components, that we will sustain trust and have less redundancy, more competition, more revenue, and more return on investment. So I'll end how I started by saying that DPI is an ongoing effort. It's a priority for both the Digital Impact Alliance and our partners. I want to thank many of you in the room who actually contributed to this exercise, the World Bank, the UNDP, the Gates Foundation, others have all, we interviewed a ton of people to come up with these numbers, so I just want to thank those partners, and of course to our hosts here in India. I've never been to the country before and have been overwhelmed by my welcome and by the hospitality, so thank you so much for having me, and please get in touch if you'd like to get involved or thoughts on this exercise.
Thanks, Chrissy, for such an insightful presentation on the need for global financing. Before you leave, I'd like to have you on stage back. I would like to invite Ambassador Naidu for presenting a token of thanks. Before moving forward to a final panel discussion, I would like to invite Mr. Indranil Chatterjee from the TCS, Mr. Dharmendra Jam from Paytm, and Mr. Srikantan Sankaran from the Microsoft to briefly talk about the innovations that they've brought for us today at the DPI event.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Indranil Chatterjee and I represent TCS Data Consultancy Services. I should take you today to the transformation journey of Passport Seva project. Passport Seva project is figured to be one of the most successful e-governance programs and a public-private partnership. When I say public-private partnership, it is a partnership between Ministry of External Affairs as well as Tata Consultancy Services. I should take you through a transformational journey of Passport Seva project, but yes, due to shortage of time, I request you if you can kindly visit to a stall, which is TCS Tata Consultancy. It is named as Tata. I should also tell you regarding this Passport Seva project, public-private partnership is one of the pioneer in Ministry of External Affairs, and this project can also be replicable across the country, be it developed and underdeveloped. This is not only a technology-based project, but yes, it is enriched with highly and very experienced staff, as well as enriched with very high citizen service delivery. Number one, also I should say that there are two high missions which we have achieved now. That is, we have crossed over 100 million plus passport issuance across India. And number two, yes, the passport issuance time has also been reduced from months to days. Now definitely I would cordially welcome you all to our stall to have a little discussion on the same. And thank you so much. Thank you.
I would like to invite Mr. Dharmendra Jam from Paytm.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dharmendra Jam from Paytm. And at the experience arena, we are demonstrating an Indian innovation called as Soundbox. It's a very small, approximately $20 device, which has been accepted by the small vendor, the street vendors ecosystem at 6.4 million street vendors presently. This is a kind of digital payments infrastructure which has been created. It's a very minute innovation which encourages financial inclusion, acceptance of digital payments in affordable manner. So apart from QR code, Paytm has been deploying this in last 2 years, and it's so easy to use, particularly for the segment who do not have smartphone, who do not have understanding about SMSs, how to read SMSs and understand the acknowledgement of payment which is received. So this is for them, and it is multilingual, where the notification of receipt of payments is done in 11 local languages. It's so easy that within a span of like 1.5 years, this was accepted at 6.4 million merchants, and it is growing at approximately 4 lakh merchant per month pace. We are deploying at such a high rate. So this is a true experience which we would like to show it to you. It is scalable. It is accepted by the very small street vendors. You can see it in local areas. It is used in Kerala, in other parts of the country. So would like to showcase that to you once you visit to the Paytm Experience Center. Thank you so much.
I would now request Mr. Srikantan Sankaran from the Microsoft.
Hello everyone, I'm Srikantan. I'm an architect from Microsoft India in Bangalore. I want to talk to you about the digital co-pilot application prototype here. The theme behind that is where the private entities, they bring in innovation to unlock potential and values from the digital infrastructure that has been showcased here. So what we have as a part of the application is a conversational AI, which is running on top of the content from the Diksha. You already been to that particular stall, and then you're aware of what these contents are. So the value that we put forth is that we want to bring quality education to anyone, everywhere, and across languages. So as opposed to the conventional application where you ask for some content and then it gets pulled from the backend system. So what we're using now is generative AI on top of that particular content, which means that I could be different personas, okay, and then I could be a parent, I could be a faculty, or I could be a student, and depending on how I converse with the application, I'll be able to extract content that is relevant to me. For example, the content is still the same, but as a student I say, hey, I missed my class on Newton's third law of motion yesterday, can you explain to me what it is? And then, so So what generative AI does is that it finds a particular information and then writes it in its own language so that it could be easily consumed by the person. Ditto, if I'm a parent and let's say my daughter missed her class yesterday and then she approaches me for assistance in understanding a topic, I can say, hey, I'm a parent, and then can you simply summarize this particular topic to me in an easy way so that I can help her in the whole process. So the generative AI on top of the Diksha content is able to sort of extract all that from it. So all this happens with the familiarity of a simple chat interface, which means that I don't need to have a learning curve to understand what the application is, how to navigate between the different pages. I just use a simple chat interface and I can use my vernacular or any language that I'm comfortable with. I can speak in my question and then the whole magic happens behind the scenes. The content is extracted, the response obtained and played out in the same language that the question has asked in. So that in a nutshell is what the strength of this particular platform is, where we use generative AI on top of the digital public infrastructure and unlock potential in a way that was hitherto not possible. I invited to visit the stall, which is right behind there. I'm more than happy to take you through a quick demo of the application. Thanks so much.
Moving on to our final panel discussion on a very interesting topic. Throughout the day, we've been talking about the various phases of DPI. While building DPI is important, scaling it is equally important. I would now like to welcome the chair of the panel, Mr. Roger Voorhees, Global President, Global Growth and Opportunities, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I would also like to welcome the panelists, Dr. Saurabh Garg, CEO, UIDAI, Mr. Abhishek Singh, CEO, Digital India Corporation, NEGD and MyGov, Ms. Teki Akute, Founder and Executive Director at the Africa Digital Rights Hub, Ms. K. McGovern, Senior Director for Policy and Advocacy, Digital Impact Alliance, and Mr. Ambrish Khenge, Vice President, Google Pay.
I think we can have a seat. So, since we're the last panel of the day and we're after lunch, we're going to work really hard to have a lot of energy to carry you through, especially those of you who might have had too much dessert and all the great food we had at lunchtime. But actually, we have a really good panel here who is going to help us think through what it takes to actually scale DPI and where are the challenges and where are the areas that we need to be concerned about. And the Gates Foundation has been in this space for quite a while. And one of the reasons we're in this space is because we strongly believe that everyone benefits from an economy that includes everyone. And much of the historic infrastructure that was built around an enabling environment actually left half the world out. And what India has demonstrated and what a lot of the people on the panel have been about doing is showing what it looks like when you build inclusive systems. And what we think that does is it provides economic mobility. It provides information that others can leverage both in the private and the public sector. It provides a direct government connection with policy, as we heard about scaling payments quickly in response to COVID. But even more amazingly, it provides a standard, reliable core which drives private sector innovation around it. And so much of scaling DPI is not just about building software and installing it, but it's a way of thinking and a way of looking at how markets get coordinated and organized. And the folks we have on the panel today have been on the front lines of making that happen, and I couldn't be more excited. So I'll start and just introduce, and then we'll have a nice conversation around here. So let me start just on my right. So, you guys are in different order. So Abhishek Singh, who's the CEO of Digital India Corporation, NEGD and MyGov, thank you very much. And also you are on part of the G20 leadership panel on this. Next is someone that we've worked with a lot, which is Saurabh Garg, who runs the Unique Identity Authority of India and the largest, I would guess the largest identity issuer in the world, but we'll let you start out and tell us around that. Next to him is Teki Akute, who actually, and I pronounced your family name right? Go ahead.
No, but it's fine.
No. Go ahead and tell me.
It's pronounced Akwete.
Akwete. No, absolutely. Thank you. And Teki actually is founder and executive director of the Africa Digital Rights Hub, and she brings exceptional experience of understanding where things need to be to watch out and what's the right regulatory frame. Next to her is Kay McGowan, Senior Director for Policy and Advocacy at the Digital Impact Alliance. And finally, we have Ambarish Kenge, who's the Vice President of Google Pay, and who, is it okay to call you AK on the panel? Okay, on there today. So let's kick this off, and I think I'll start out with Saurabh, you, and just to ask you to give us a little bit of context about Aadhaar and how you've seen the impact of Aadhaar-enabled rapid digitalization in the last decade. Walk us through very quickly what the history of this has been and what you've seen as the results.
Yeah, so a couple of pointers. In the last 10 years, we have moved from a position where many people didn't have any ID to a position where 100% of the residents in India, which is about 100% of the adult residents in India, all of them have Aadhaar. And we have issued 1.35 billion Aadhaar identity cards to people across the nation. And I think there are a couple of benefits which I would just want to say is that number one, it's extremely empowering at the bottom of the pyramid for people to be able to say who they are. Because while all of us might be having multiple identity, a passport, a driving license, etc., but those at the bottom of the pyramid have none. So it's extremely empowering, and that enables access to services, government services which they were not able to access. Credit, for example, the account aggregator network, which they were not able to perhaps access credit, and a host of other services that access is now available. And apart from that, are the benefits which the government itself has benefited from in terms of the savings that it has encountered in being able to transfer funds directly to people. There are more than 1,700 programs of the state governments and the central government which use it, which enable instant transfer. I think the morning a number of speakers mentioned on that. But also one more thing is also the way that governments are now able to think of programs and schemes in a manner and a time frame which was unbelievable earlier. Just to give one example, there was a program to send direct benefits to farmers, and about 100 million of them could be sent money within a few weeks of the program actually being announced, which would otherwise have taken 6 months to 1 year. So I think a combination of these, that you are able to authenticate anytime, anywhere for anyone, I think that is really the basis for building trust. And I suppose trust in the economy is what enables transactions, and that really adds to the GDP. And lastly, I would just like to say there have been various estimates done on what digital identity can do for an economy, and these studies point to anywhere between 3 to 13% of the GDP as a one-time increase, just because people have a legal identity. And if you have a digital legal identity, it makes things all the more easier. And perhaps that's why SDG 16.9 talks about legal identity for all by the year 2030. And I think it will really spur economies as we've seen in the moment. Thank you.
I think that's great. And the fact that there's so many people who before were not identified, that suddenly have access to services we've focused a lot on, and the incredible opportunity that creates. But that also creates a lot of risk in the system, and it creates a new set of information that suddenly exists about people that we need to think about what manages it. And so, Teki, I want to jump to you, and I'd like to say, why does data governance matter for development? And what do you think are the key challenges country and particularly emerging markets and LMICs are facing in terms of building this out?
I believe that as we get more and more into these technologies, there are real risks
Unfortunately, a lot of the time, the policy and the governance comes after we think about the technologies and the people, which is quite unfortunate. From a lot of the things that we have heard today, I can tell you that if you're putting the center at the center of the development of these platforms, the people, then we need to first and foremost recognize that as a people we live in an ecosystem. So even if you take your country as a jurisdiction, which has laws, and these laws protect basic fundamental rights, right? The right to live, the right to economic well-being, the right to health, the right to shelter. We should be able to develop these technologies not outside of the physical ecosystem. And so a lot of the challenges that I have seen, because I worked with the government of Ghana at the time, is that usually we recognize that there is the need to create an enabling legal environment to support these systems. However, we do not put in the effort and the resources that it requires to actually ensure that these enabling legal systems are in place and are enforced in a manner that actually protects the objective, the overall objective of creating these platforms and systems, which is the people. And so if you ask me, what are some of the challenges? One of the major challenges that I have seen in the implementation of these systems is around inclusion. These are enormous systems, but what we must be very much aware of is that there is also that likelihood that if in a population of 1 million, maybe you've covered 500,000 people, you've covered 500,000 people, that's a good number. However, the challenge of leaving the rest of that 500,000 behind is a huge risk, you know, and it's a risk that comes with totally leaving these people behind. So inclusion is something that we really need to take seriously. If you look at a place like ID, and you're issuing ID systems and ID platforms, by enabling or limiting the use of these IDs, for instance, to, let's say, have access to SIM cards, for instance, where these SIM cards are instrumental for creating businesses, they're instrumental for mobile payments and the like, then what it means is that if one person is not able to access that ID card or the SIM card, you have essentially taken away the economic rights. And so inclusion is one of the key things. Another issue when we're looking at digital public infrastructure is putting in place adequate legal policy and security safeguards. And these safeguards have to protect the platforms, it has to protect the participants on the platforms, it has to ensure trust. Because the trust systems is not only enabled by just having a law in place, it's enabled by making sure that we can also enforce the laws and the like. I think I'll have that. You can leave me on talk the whole day about this issue.
But for those of you who don't know the work that Checky has done, you could spend all day with her and learn a lot, and so it's well worth it. But what I hear from you is that we need to take inclusion not just as a phrase, but actually build a structure around that that understands the implication and the power of these new tools and what inclusion would look like. And then if we think from the demand side of that, I was going to go to Abhishek, to you, because obviously the work that's gone on in India has talked about digital literacy, what that inclusion looks like, what's the capacity on the demand side, and I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about your experience, because you've lived this day in, day out with over 1 billion people.
Exactly, but I could not agree more with what she is mentioning, because if we look back at the journey that we have had in the last 10 to 15 years, right from the beginning of the National E-Governance Plan, which evolved with Digital India program, with the implementation of large-scale public digital platforms, all through digital inclusion has always been our agenda. Even today, when we look at, like, when very often we take pride that we have 875 million people in India connected on the internet, and we are one of the world's largest countries connected. But we also realize that we are one of the largest countries which is not connected. We have almost 500 million people who are not connected to the internet. So when we are building a digital public good, how do we cater to those people who can't afford a smartphone, who don't have connectivity, or who simply can't know how to navigate a website or a portal or even a CAPTCHA where people are required to identify traffic lights or cars or zebras or giraffe. So we need to ensure that inclusion becomes the center for it. How do we do that? Like in the beginning we started to talk of something called assisted access. So common service centers were a core in our strategy for building digital public goods. Common service centers are telecenters built in the rural parts of India. We have a network of 500,000 of them. They are run by entrepreneurs in villages and they offer services in an assisted mode. So anybody who doesn't know how to navigate a service, they can go there and they can get an e-service there. So that becomes very core to our strategy for inclusion. The second very important thing is that in a diverse country like India, when we build a service, it has to be available in all Indian languages. So making services available in all Indian languages becomes a very core part of our strategy. That's where projects like Bhashini comes in, wherein we allow services available in all languages. And therein also we realize that there is a limitation of written word or typed word because very often people are not very comfortable typing or entering data on a website or a portal. So people want voice-enabled access, and today's technology allows voice-enabled access to services. If we can talk to an Alexa or a Siri or a Google Assistant, why can't we talk to a government app like Umang, which has been showcased in the exhibition there? Hey Umang, how do I get a driving license? Or hey Umang, can I track my passport ID? So these services are going to transform things. So every product, even in UPI, we have spoken about like the USSD structure, and the number that was shown on the screen today was 350 million transactions on USSD itself. Like people who don't have a smartphone, to do that. And then voice-enabled services are also enabling, like if I can ask a question on an app and get the answer on voice, I can also provide the same service on a feature phone, call a toll-free number, ask a query and get replied back on that. So digital inclusion becomes a core part, and it's a very key attribute of digital public infrastructure. Like they should not only be scalable, secure, robust, affordable, but also accessible and inclusive by design. So that becomes a very, very core strategy when we build digital public goods. And many of the successes that we have had today is primarily because this has been at the design stage only. It has to be available to each one and everyone across the length and breadth of the country. And as we scale up, this strategy will have to be part of our global strategy when DPIs become accessible for countries beyond India or beyond the known world.
I really appreciate that, and while we've been so positive of all the success stories, it's really great to hear where the cautions are and where we've actually had to build those cautions into what we operate with. And Kay, I wanted to go to you because the Digital Impact Alliance has been building these partnerships both with governments and other players in the market. How do you think about those guardrails from the beginning? And when is it too much that it constrains the market? And when is it right that protects the interests of low-income folks who are differentially disempowered already?
Yeah, well, thank you very much, first Roger, for taking on the session chair role here. And I wanted to thank especially the government of India for the invitation. I've been a long disciple of India's approach to digital public infrastructure, and so it's a real joy to be able to help share these very innovative concepts with the world. In terms of guardrails, I think that, Techie made some great points about thinking about how not to let the technology get in front of inclusion, right? And how not to impose mandates to use certain digital systems before people have full access. Right? And that's a story that we hear again and again and again. But thinking about guardrails a little bit differently and linking it back to scale, I think it's really important to think about how governments are organized and how they're thinking right now about designing, deploying, and governing these foundational digital platforms. Most governments don't have, one single point of authority that actually can oversee the coordination of both the policy, the safeguards, the technology design, And so, one of the reasons we were excited about this opportunity to speak with Sherpas and their colleagues is because that role is an interagency coordination. And so I suppose if I had a dream for some, reform in government, it would be to think about a digital or DPI Sherpa that was able to oversee both the pieces that are kind of racing ahead to design the technology to scale, but also the folks that are thinking about these safeguards that are required to make sure that these very powerful systems work for people rather than against them.
I really like that point because it goes to what we heard in some of the other panels. The DPI is not just an implementation, but it's a way of thinking and problem solving. And it's a way of moving beyond just a siloed approach. Okay, I need this for elections. I need this for agricultural productivity, right? But broadly, how it goes across. But a key component and partner to that, okay, is obviously the private sector. And Google itself has many models running around the world. So as you think about the context of DPI and how a private sector player both participates in it and builds digital inclusion in part of its development, what are some of the key lessons that come out of India in this for you?
Thank you. Before I answer that question, I want to see if I could give you all a pop quiz. Just think in your own mind. Pramod knows the answer, so I don't want Pramod to think. But it'll probably wake you up as well. Think about how much money is transferred through UPI every year at the current rate in billions of dollars. Just think about that in 30 seconds as I talk. Maybe I'll come back to you and give you the answer. And that's what happens when I give you the answer. You'll realize that is the kind of explosion that happens when you bring a public and a private sector company together, bring public DPI with private companies together. It's a very large role to play for private companies in that. Pramod talked about how these two things come together and create a really big thing. Our Prime Minister talks about this thing of, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas. That what it means is that everybody together, everybody moving in the same direction, but in the end the Sabka Prayas part is everybody has to make an effort. So private companies also have that responsibility to make an effort to build a DPI for the long term because they'll get benefited, and that is something we've seen in India. Some of the things that at least I've seen from my perspective as well as being at Google is that it's very important to create an environment in which DPI can flourish, in which this public and private sector partnership can flourish. What do I mean by that environment? The environment, first thing, is inclusion, which is bringing everyone together, bringing private companies, public companies, contractors, everybody together in that ecosystem. And that's something the Indian government, the Indian regulators have done. Whether you look at UPI, what's happening on ONDC now, what's happened on even DigiLocker, we had partnership on DigiLocker. Bringing all of these things together, that makes a big difference. So the first thing is bring all of this together. That by itself makes a very big difference. Second piece is bring platforms. Don't try to create products really from a DPI. And I think, again, some of the panelists and other folks have talked about it, that when you think of infrastructure, think of platforms. Bring the rails on top of which other folks can run. And we've gotten benefited with that there's a UPI rail on top of which Google Pay runs. In fact, some of the folks here in the audience went to our booth and said, hey, are you competing with UPI? No, we work on top of UPI and we can't live without UPI, is what it is. Like we are literally nothing without UPI, and what RBI, NPCI and folks like Pramod have done is what has created this. So it's really, really important to create platforms because platforms create ecosystem around it, and that starts building things. The third thing I'd mention in terms of the learning that I have seen for us to do is in terms of regulation. Very important to have regulations, but it's very important to calibrate it with respect to the scale and speed of things that are happening. If you do it too early, it could actually stifle scale and innovation, and if you do it too late, perhaps it could cause a harm. So how do you regulate, calibrate that regulation is very important. And the last thing I'd mention on this point of what kind of learning we have is think of not just the public-private partnership, but think of private-private partnership. We are not just in partnership with NPCI or UPI, but we are in partnership with banks. We work with banks because Google Pay is actually not a bank.
and it doesn't intend to learn. It works on top as TPAP, like Dilip mentioned, as a third-party application which is able to transfer money. Now back to my pop quiz. I won't ask all of you to raise hands and stuff like that, but by my estimation right now, the rate at which we are, India transfers $1.9 trillion every year, getting close to $2 trillion every year, just through UPI. And I'll give you a couple other stats. The number of transactions are getting close to 100 billion. I think some of the folks mentioned monthly numbers. And at peak, every minute, more than 500,000 transactions are happening. So that's the kind of scale is happening, and all of it gets enabled through the public-private partnership.
And it shows you the scale of volume, but also the reach, but then how the evolution of the ecosystem is going to happen as we move forward. So, because I think there's a lot of people who would say that's not the end number, but still there's a factor of 10 you could go up to. And as we think about that growth, I want to go take you back to you where you left off and think about kind of an answer, give us an answer to the challenges you posed. How do you begin to build the right environment and the right regulatory and inclusion structure, let's put it that way, around that, whether that's formal or informal?
I would say the first starts with recognizing that at the center of this is the individual, all the people who participate on the platform. So you need the right policy ecosystems to be developed, which also includes the fact that when we are funding these platforms, we should ensure that there is adequate resources that is actually put into funding the policy and the regulatory environment development. Like I said, we would normally be quick to put out the law. I have seen that in my own country. And then we do not provide the resources that are required to actually enforce the laws, because the regulatory ecosystem creates that vibrant system to enable even the sharing. And one of the key things that you also need to look at is to take into consideration what I call societal values, right, that go into the development of these platforms. We can call them ethical values or otherwise, but what are the ethical considerations that are going into it? You need to look at the human dignity and respect, which also goes into the environmental impact of some of these decisions that we are taking. You need to look at ensuring that I've already mentioned inclusion, right? The very last person is able to engage and engage effectively in that. You need to look at governance, the governance ecosystem that will support such infrastructure. And the governance does not only have to be government or government necessary infrastructure. So if you're looking at a shared infrastructure like DPI, you want to look at who are those that participate in the governance structure. You want to look at government themselves, private sector, civil society, organizations. You want to even look at some representation of the individuals that also engage and participate in this platforms. And to some extent, government also relates to the regulators. Because if you look at an effective DPI ecosystem, one of the things that you're even going to see, which was just mentioned a while ago, is that when you take any entity, right, you would have the banks. They are not necessarily ICT, they are not telco, but they are a particular sector. So you want to also look at that sector diversity that you need to bring into play to make sure that everything works coherently. Then last but not least, you want to also ensure that there is enough capacity and awareness around the structure that we're building, which goes to put in place integrity and transparency on how these systems are built and are being implemented. So the average ordinary person should be able to understand what this is, right? And it shouldn't be at the technical level, but it should be at the point where they're using it, they know what is happening, they know what is happening to their information, and the like. And some of the regulatory frameworks you're looking at will be around data protection and privacy. You want to also look at strengthening innovation around your intellectual property environment as well. You also want to look at the cybersecurity and the related aspects of it.
You know, we talk a lot about societal platforms, and we default to this inclusive view of them. I appreciate the challenge you've raised of societal values within those societal platforms. And then what's the integrity between the two of those? And that's a really nice way to think about it, and appreciate that very much. Did you want to add something? Or yeah, I was going to go on to Saurabh to talk about building on what we've heard, both the scale in India, but also a lot of what the session is about today, which is India sharing out its experience with the world. How are you thinking about what this looks like internationally, what this looks like beyond India's borders, and whether that's through you or through MOSIP that we heard about earlier? I'd love to hear a little bit of how this vision goes forward beyond India.
This is an architecture that we have built, and I'm not getting into the scalability, interoperability, affordability aspects. But on our part, we would be very happy to share this architecture, benefit from the work that is going on in other countries on identity systems to enable globally. Right now, we have 1.35 billion people who have identities, and maybe another 50 to 60 million, about 2 billion worldwide would be having an identity. And we have 6 billion people who need the identity, and which is the foundational base for a lot of the India stack and a lot of the other value addition services that are going on. So, and we, as was mentioned, we work on open protocols, and those are something which can very well be modified, adapted to different countries. So we've got a lot of interest from various countries across the world. We get visits, delegations, in fact on a fortnightly basis, and we share whatever we know. And we're also looking at working with other countries. There are some we have already had some initial discussions, but I think this is something that going forward, we hope that the G20 would also be discussing this, trying to work out of what can be the mechanism for which one of the SDGs that I mentioned of legal identity, how fast we can ensure that the 6 billion get an affordable, inclusive, secure and confidential identity, and we would be very happy to play whatever support we can do.
That's fantastic. We've seen a lot of interest from countries in our work as the Gates Foundation, looking for that experience of other countries to know where the pitfalls are and where the opportunities are. As we think about the next development within India, Abhishek, where do you think digital public infrastructure is going in the next 5 to 10 years in India?
See, like in India, what we see is that we have built the foundational, the basic building blocks, whether the Aadhaar or the UPI digital payments or the DigiLocker, which allows the document wallet, which allows seamless exchange of documents between various government systems, or the e-sign, the consent framework, and one more project which is not a product but it's at the core of everything, what we call API Setu. API Setu is just a place where publish all APIs of all our systems that allows us to interconnect different government systems, very similar to the X-Roads initiative of Estonia. So these basic building blocks are built up. On top of it, using this, leveraging these basic building blocks, we are building the sectoral DPGs. So like whether it's for education, whether it's for agriculture, for healthcare. Healthcare, we saw these applications like the COVID vaccination platform. We have a telemedicine platform. We have a framework for electronic health records. So based on that, the National Health Authority is building what they call the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So digital health will become one platform which will offer end-to-end health services to everyone. It will ensure discoverability of health services. It will ensure electronic health records. It will ensure seamless sharing of health records with consent. Similarly, for education, we have seen the Diksha platform which has been showcased. But the combination of Diksha, the combination of National Academic Depository, Academic Bank of Credits, along with the entire ecosystem of educational management, that is coming up under a project that we are calling NDR, the National Digital Ecosystem Architecture for Education. So that builds the education platform. Similarly, in agriculture, we have been working with various components of agriculture in order to ensure that farmers are not only able to access low-cost inputs, but also find markets, plus access information from experts in order to ensure that they are able to do agriculture in a seamless manner. That brings together all the components of agriculture on one platform. So what I feel is that the next phase of digital adoption will move from the basic building blocks to these sectoral solutions, which will transform the life of citizens. So whether it's a citizen accessing healthcare services, educational, agriculture, skilling, logistics is a great application. Like we are also building like a project we call PM Gati Shakti, in which we are bringing all multimodal modes of transport, every component that's required, whether it's ports, airports, roadways, waterways, railways, on one common GIS platform, wherein businesses, if they're wanting to start something, they can seek all information from one common source, design their architecture, design their approach, and reduce their whole cost of operation. So that has a huge spin-off effect on the way businesses are run, the way citizens access services. So in the next phase, and aiding this will be two other components, the language component and the artificial intelligence component. The use of AI in all these systems, which will help these systems to talk to each other, and it will ultimately result in a system in which a citizen will be required to share one information with one government authority only once. Very often we find that a citizen has to prove his address to multiple authorities. So instead of that, we just take the consent of the citizen and say that if he has shared his date of birth or address or any other component with one government system, and based on that, if he can access service and he gives his consent for that, it should be possible to do that. So in short, I'll just sum up by saying that these sectoral platforms, interconnected services, government as a whole for a citizen instead of dividing into various verticals, with services available in all languages, voice enabled, and with the benefits of AI built in is the place that we will be going in the next 5 to 10 years.
Thank you. Okay, let's take that vision we've just heard from a couple of our panelists, and then think about what's the role of the private sector to complement that, whether that's within India's vision or the broader global vision, and where are the gaps that you all can lean into in this complementary way?
A phenomenal vision again, Abhishek, of having all these services, there's NDS, Bhashini, ONDC, there's UPI, like I think all of us can't even remember all the services that are coming together and they're getting connected. So it's quite phenomenal. I think private sector has a very large role to play in all of this, and some, even to fill up some of the gaps. One place where private sector of course comes in is technology, because a lot of times for that, the private sector is moving fast on technology. They are day in and day out, probably very focused on certain kinds of technologies, and therefore those can come in and help move these forward. Private sector also can help because these are rails and platforms. For example, India, right? You want actually people to create content and connect it to other folks. Same way with UPI, like you want people to be PTAPs and connected. ONDC, you want buyer apps. So you definitely want the private sector to fuel the growth on top of these platforms. Third, I'd say is that I think capital, we talked about funding DPI, but also bringing capital to DPI. Now, Google, for example, brought a $10 billion fund called India Digitization Fund to help digitize India. So these kinds of things actually the private sector can bring in and help fuel this innovation. In all of this, I think two things to keep in mind is one, is that the private sector, I think, has to take a very long-term opinion on these things. Sometimes if you take a very short-term approach, you may not see the prize at the end of it. But if you are in a country and you are actually making the DPI in that country grow, then as private sector, you would benefit. Because in the end, the tide will lift, and if you are a boat in that tide, you are going to get lifted because of the macro economy. So focusing on the macro, focusing on long-term, is very, very important for the private companies as they do it. For the public sector and for the government, one thing that at least I realize that is helpful and has been helpful in India is, of course, you've probably been tired of hearing about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, like how the world is a family. And to allow companies to operate, to allow private sector companies to operate, to allow MNCs, like for example, Google is able to do as a PPAP payment. That, I think, keeping this in mind helps create this private-public explosion.
I appreciate it. All right, I'm going to go to Kay for our last question. And to close out today's session, as we think about lower and middle income countries, and particularly financing and standardization of regulatory mechanisms, continue to be challenges into both building to scale and technical capacity to implement. How do you think these issues can be addressed through the G20? And what happens beyond that, in your opinion? Because you all work with a lot of those partners, and I think we all see G20 as a platform to kick off this movement, but you're on the ground every day, so we'd love to have you close out the session with giving us a vision of that and where you'd love to see this go.
Yeah, well, I love that question. Thank you. I think it's so exciting that the G20 is actually taking on this issue. And I hope, and I've heard many reasons to be optimistic, that this opportunity for knowledge sharing between countries, between private sectors, between folks like Techie and her peers in the digital rights community, I really hope that this stays on the G20 agenda, because this is not something that can be solved in 1 year, right? And I commend the Sherpa Secretariat, the G20 Secretariat here, because I know that they're already talking to many of their peers with other G20 member states. This is exactly the type of forum where global cooperation can be discussed, because you have countries who are providing large amounts of ODA or funding to development organizations, and you have countries that are grappling with how to plug in these long-standing gaps in these core systems, whether it's access to a legal identity, access to the formal economy through the financial services sector, or any of the other myriad benefits that DPI can provide. And so when you think in particular about this issue of talking about funding, and I'm glad that you had a chance to hear from Chrissy Meyer talking about how complicated it is to just assess even what the gap is, what the price tag is. And to reiterate her comment, you've heard people today say it costs almost nothing, it's relatively small, it's a drop in the bucket, to people saying that there are actual huge needs for both capacity building, but also helping systems integrators and the technology companies that make DPI real, to the private sector, the startup community that are able to innovate, to provide services to people that frankly have been excluded from all sorts of both public and private sector services. And so you have this wide range, and I think really the answer is that both are correct, right? There probably is quite a bit of money in official development assistance and in existing government budgets already, right, to fund a lot of the opportunity that we're talking about. But what the big constraint is that this money is often tied up in kind of the pre-digital ways of thinking about service delivery, right? So I will use the U.S. Agency for International Development's budget because that's an organization I love dearly and worked for many years. But one of the big constraints that we faced was that our Congress, which appropriates money to USAID to work with partners, they earmark, right, or they tag 96% of our funds, of USAID funding, to specific buckets of work: agriculture, health, education. And so it becomes very difficult to not just coalesce around policy coordination, as I mentioned earlier, but to coordinate around funding, right? How do you unlock these funds around a shared vision, understanding that these common investments in the foundational layers of digital public infrastructure really benefit all of the outcomes that people are seeking, whether your immediate focus is on improving education, improving health outcomes, improving food security. So I think that's one way that the G20, which includes not just the biggest economies in the world, but a lot of partner organizations, including the multilateral development banks and some of the other international political structures, could really have some very productive conversations around how to better fit both the policy work, but also development assistance work for the opportunity that DPI provides. And then I guess I would just add, and I hope this isn't too boring or wonky of a note to end this exciting day on, but I think that we can talk about all of these concepts and all of the opportunity, but it's important.
Very much.
Thank you very much for an insightful discussion of the challenges and opportunities for DPI. I would now like to invite Ambassador Naidu for presenting the tokens of appreciation. I would now request Ambassador Naidu to share his closing remarks with us.
Dear friends, thank you so very much. It's been a few months of efforts in ensuring that we put a good event for all of you, and very, very thankful to all the partners who have worked with us. A big thank you to Dejani. Dejani, if you can please stand. Thank you so very much. And you and your team, Kalyan and everybody. Colleagues, please, if you have time, I would still request you to go and have a look at the Experience Center. And I also have our official partners in this. Can we have you, Priya Vora, if you can stand up once more. We have Digital Impact Alliance is partnered with us. Okay, thank you so very much. And if I see Archana over here, Archana, please. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, very, very supportive from day one. And thank you. It's all women power. So, we're very, very thankful to each one of them for helping us invite some of the best speakers that we have. And I would also like to thank some of our senior colleagues who took time off to come to Kumarakam. And to also tell you, we have in our presence the Joint Secretary, who is also leading on the Digital Economy Working Group, Sushil Pal. Sushil, if you can just stand. So, Sushil is leading our initiative on the DPI front in the Digital Economy Working Group. So, tomorrow I'm very, very thankful for the G20 Secretariat. We are partnering with Carnegie. Rudra, if you're here, Rudra is right over there, and there's going to be a wonderful workshop on DPI on a houseboat, so please take some time out. And I think this conversation will be very, very useful, and we will be tremendously benefited by this, and I'm very glad that some of our seniors are participating in this. Sushil, I hope you are here tomorrow. So we look forward to your inputs. Our attempt at kind of evangelizing on DPI practically at every Sherpa meeting and every other meeting of the DEWG or even on the finance track has been that we have tremendously benefited by this. DPI has tremendous value proposition for meeting our SDG goals, particularly in the areas of poverty alleviation, climate resilience, women's empowerment and financial inclusion. And we think that we can evangelize DPI for the world, while we always could discuss about what is the best architecture for DPI or what kind of governance model suits us best. What we think that DPI can deliver for the smallest person. So within the government, our ambition is, can the smallest person benefit from DPI? And if it does, we've achieved what we set out to do. With that, I sincerely thank every one of you who've come here and spent time with us. Please, if you have time, please go around. Kumarakom is a fascinating place. It's the backwaters, it's a lagoon. So please enjoy yourself. It's hot, but after 4 o'clock, it's very, very pleasant. So thank you very much and have a great day. Thanks.